Hello. It seems like it's working. I'm just gonna say sorry in advance to people who tried to tune in last week and the audio was messed up. We got that taken care of. And we're gonna make sure that it does not happen again this week. Neil should be coming soon. I'm probably gonna change out of this pumpkin looking motherfucking thing. I'm back, but I'm not changed. What? Um, that's weird. Yo, yo, yo. What? Oh. I'm gonna mute myself. Seems like it's working. But we will see, won't we? But let's try and... Someone's here. If it's not done to build, it's done to build. It's gotta give me my done to builds. What up, bro?
What you doing, man?
What you up to?
I was just looking at a car I was messing with.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, we're about to do a live stream. We're about to
You're already
be...
on. You're already on
Yeah,
live.
we are. But Neil's coming and we're inviting people to talk, have a conversation, get what's on your mind off your chest. Get over here. Sit down, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
It's been a while since we talked.
Uh, like talked or sat down in here?
Just like talked in general.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit, man.
Yeah.
It's definitely been
How
some
how
time.
have you been enjoying the Horizon experience so far?
I love it. Um, there's also a lot that stresses you out, but we're in it for the long haul, so kind of just waiting for the improvements to happen.
What improvements are you talking about?
Just like the glitches that we have, just you're
Mm,
fixing things that are need fixed first.
yeah. Um, let's hear your opinion about the Quest Pro.
I have not gotten one yet.
Do you plan on it?
Yeah, I plan to get one. Um, yeah, for sure.
And do you believe that it's worth the $1,500?
I don't think I can give that answer until I try it. To be honest with you,
Yeah. So you
and
don't
I
know
don't,
enough about it yet.
and I'm not sure how to determine a price tag for the experience of augmented reality. You know what I mean?
So how much I really pretend like I don't even know what the Oculus is. So like what does the Quest Pro improve on per se? I know you have to experience it, but
Well, like how we're getting mesh stuff, you know what I mean? So mesh is going to be a change in here. How we build is going to be a change in here. Or integrate items from outside of Horizon and bring
yeah,
them in.
that's crazy. And you can do that
Yeah,
with the Pro?
no. I
Oh,
mean, I'm
okay.
sure it's integrated in there, but in the end, it's going to be like some. I forget what they said. I think it's like not something sketch or some program that we'll be able to use basically to
It's
draw
similar to
or
Gravity
create in
Sketch
3D. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Which Gravity
because they said
Sketch
they were
people don't
going to do
realize in
Gravity
here,
Sketch files.
like you can create
What?
in Gravity. You can create in Gravity Sketch and upload into Altspace with Gravity Sketch.
Oh, yeah.
So
It's going to happen for here. And once that happens, the graphics and the ability to make this lifelike is going to just to the
for
fucking
sure, for sure.
moon, bro.
Yeah, I think they got the avatars down.
Yeah. And when you walk and
I
like
like
you can't really even tell the difference, this is going to be nuts.
yeah, for sure, for sure. I like the Halloween look. Looks cool.
Bro, it's now November. It's just the fall, right?
Oh yeah, it's dark by 5:30 now where I live, so it's crazy.
Yeah,
I
we
feel
need
like
to
it's
probably make this
10:30
like a
and it's like
lighter
7.
brown, making it fall theme. These could be like leaves. You could make them different colors and shit.
There you go. There you go. Where's Nia?
Bro, Neo's coming. Dude, this we just gotta. I know whoever's watching, all two people. Shout out. You want anything from the gas station? No. Dunder Builds, the G behind this place that brought us to life. Like, without the Dunder Builds, like our whole entire VR brand experience, everything would be totally different. So shout out to Dunder.
Shout out to your 2 viewers. What's
Shout
up?
out. Bro, I'll get you guys anything from the gas station.
Anything. That's
Fuck,
funny.
man. So yeah, Neo's gonna have some controversial ass topics he wants to talk about today.
Oh, for real? I don't know if I can get into controversial talk.
We'll see. We'll see. If you don't like the topics, don't you
Uh,
worry, bro. I'm not gonna spoil them or talk about them until Neo gets here because who knows? Like maybe it was
I mean,
I'm
how
not
about swing back
understanding him
in when you
right,
get
or
how long's your podcast
definitely.
tonight?
It's just gonna go on for whenever, bro.
Oh,
Try and
so
get
just
some
no
of your
winging it.
homies in here, Joe. So invite people here. You can go wherever you want, but if you can tell people to come by, talk, just speak their truth. Really, like if something's just grinding your gears, something's on your mind, like, yo, this topic is talking and feeling to me like this. Come on down, speak your truth, talk yo shit. Let's go.
Speak your truth. All right, yeah, I'll reach up. Thanks
For
for having me
sure.
stop
Talk
by.
to you later, Dunder.
Good to see you guys. 1Verse.
Matlow. Someone may be here, guys. 1Verse, what up? Man.
What are these guys doing? What are you creepos doing over here? Hello? Hey, what's up, man? I am here. Hey, what's up, man? Oh, is that what it is? Because I see they're I guess they're like drones here. So wait, so are they not coming here anymore? Huh. Neo sent me a message earlier, but I wasn't able to get into this just now. Let me see. I'm gonna write him on Instagram and see what's up. Cause yeah, maybe we're just too late. Oh, okay. I guess they can hear us. It seems like they're on their way. That was weird. Do. Yeah, probably not. How you been, man? Any traveling recently? Okay, right. You had just come back from your other trip. Okay. An hour west of Seattle. Man, so you're like in pure wilderness out there. Like gorgeous over there. I was just Matt Lowe, he's from Vancouver area. And I was just telling him the other day, my wife and I were watching a documentary on Netflix. I forget what it was called. Maybe you've seen it. It was like it followed a few kind of animals throughout. Babe, do you remember the name of that island? When we saw the wolf and all that stuff?
Where?
On Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
It was like the sea, or I don't remember the name of it. It was so freaking good. Wolf Island? No, it wasn't Wolf Island. Nah, I don't think it was Wolf Island. It was something island. But yeah, it's just west of Vancouver. Actually, I'm gonna look it up on a map right now.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Netflix.
Hey, what's up, Gail? What's up, Leo?
What up? Oh shit, my bad.
What's
going
going on?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Seawolves, Island of Seawolves.
Oh,
So good, man. Such a good documentary. Dude,
you
what
guys
is with
talking
this
about?
fresh
Some seaweed?
gear, bro? Look at that jacket. Look like
Squid Games. Oh, that futuristic, yeah, some cyberpunk vibes for sure.
So are you buying
man,
these through Facebook?
Yeah, through IG, but some of them are actually free. A lot of them are free now. They
Well, wait a
updated,
minute.
like, new
So you
outfits.
can't do it in Horizons. You have to go through IG and do it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yep. You know how like you added your avatar
Mhm.
on IG? It's pretty much that outfit. When you purchase it there and you put it on your avatar, it does it automatically on the Oculus. Since
Okay.
it's synced.
I don't think I've had it.
That's why. Yeah, it
You
has to
know,
be
come to think
connected.
about it, I think I'm in the same boat. I'm pretty sure I don't have my IG connected.
Unless you have that connected to your like Meta account and you have your Meta account logged into this instead of your Facebook, that's another way. You know?
You guys made
We're
some
slick
changes
as
in
you.
here, huh?
What was that? Sorry. What was that? Yeah, we're gonna do a live stream. It's actually it's still live right now. It's starting. Yeah.
Just starting? I think you're starting at 7.
Yeah, man. We got fucking some technical difficulty. We're starting
I
now.
thought I was gonna be late as hell. I was like, I'm probably
Oh no, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, we actually really aim for 8. I know we said 7, but we really aim for 8, knowing like there's things that do happen.
Yeah.
Because now we're like literally one of them we're live streaming from Twitter, which is the first time for the 1Verse doing that, and then the other one is live streaming to YouTube. So 2 different.
From the drones that are in there just kind of following. So you guys
Mhm.
saw me walk in and fuck with your avatars?
Yeah, I was looking at it. I'm looking at it right in front of me. I heard you talk. I was like, where are these guys? Did they leave? Oh, they're not doing it no more? And then I was like, let me hit him up. That's funny. Yeah, dude. Look, we could go in there. Let's go in there.
So you guys decked it out for Halloween, huh?
Yeah, just kind of update it a little bit. Just give it a little bit of color, Halloween theme.
Flex.
What's up, Flex?
Hey, Flexed. What's up?
What's up,
You're
guy? How you doing,
welcome.
man?
Good. How are you?
Congrats on the new world, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude.
I want to go check it out. Is it now
Don't
open, or
go.
is it
Don't
just
go in the
private?
DJ closet.
Okay, I
I
haven't.
fixed
Do
it.
not
I fixed
go
it.
in the DJ
I fixed it. I fixed it.
Do I still need to
fixed
go in a suit, or can I just go as a bum?
Black tie event is done.
Okay,
Feel
okay,
free to
okay.
Walk in.
Yeah, I missed it. Cool, man.
All right.
What do you got going on?
I'm gonna go in there.
This is
So man, you're welcome to come into the live stream. It's being live streamed. If you wanna
okay. I'll
jump in the
watch.
combo.
Definitely not
Yeah.
going to jump
these
in,
are
but I'll
funky.
watch.
So who's who as far as service?
Look at that.
What's that?
What's that?
You have it
Who's
set
who?
on nearby, huh? So this is live stream on Twitter, and this is live stream on YouTube.
Okay.
So Schlick is controlling
YouTube?
his, I'm controlling mine.
Hi, Twitter.
Hey, what's
What up,
Twitter?
Elon?
What's up?
What up? I don't know who owns
Right?
Elon and whoever the owner is for YouTube.
Whoever is the CEO of Google.
Yeah,
Right?
it's only Elon. Apparently, everyone got fired. So what up? What up, dude?
Literally. Oh yeah, let me open this up for him. I don't know if he's gonna.
Oh, is he not joining us? Oh, I see.
Got it. Let me see. Where is Schlick at? Because mine's is rolling. Mine's is live right now, front and center here at the 1Verse studio with Leo and Gail. Hey, and what's up to Flex? He's out there flexing in the back with his tie, looking like a gentleman. Ooh, wee.
What am I doing here with this remote?
Oh, that's for that.
I hear it.
You're probably pressing. So if you grab it and you press B, it'll open and close. like
Oh,
the
I see.
window.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Hey, Gal got the purple hat with the purple glasses.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, let's
It's all about purple, right, Flexed?
fix. Let me see.
So this is the first kind of aesthetic update you've done for a real world correlated event, right? Like Halloween.
Yeah.
Get some orange, get some other stuff.
Right.
Do,
Yeah.
do you plan on doing that more?
Yeah, I actually do. I actually kind of want to do it with the holidays. You know, I know Thanksgiving is coming up, which is kind of like the same colors.
Get some snow in here.
Yeah, Christmas. Christmas is going to be interesting for the Christmas colors, the red, the green, you know, for sure. And the
Should
New
get
Year's
snowman avatars. Everyone's a snowman.
a snowman avatar.
Oh, dude.
Just put it like an attachment on.
Yeah, just an attachment. We'll just
Yeah.
be sitting here as snowmen, being like, "Yo, what up?"
Yeah, that's a good idea. or like the little like like the beard, the little Santa Claus beard, the little hats.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly. Oh, that could be cool too.
I have
Some
like
edibles for the
Rudolph, the
podcast.
the deer just flying through in the back and the top, just passing by slowly. Like ho ho ho, Merry Christmas.
Okay, you know what I'm really looking for, and I know it exists, but I really want it as a just standardized gizmo or a simple script. I want the ability to make your avatar invisible, so then we can make wearables that aren't this shape. You know, so you could totally do like, I don't know, a reindeer, or what we're talking about there, or like you could totally be non-human stuff.
Just take on a different
But
form.
yeah.
Shapeshifter avatars.
Yeah,
Right.
totally.
I like
And
it.
Schlick is home. The other
good.
co-host made it to the live.
Whoops, my bad.
He's looking kind of
Oh,
buff
wait.
though. Look at him. He got buffed
Yeah, you
up.
are
He's
looking
been
buff.
lifting some weights.
I have been working out, yeah.
Dude, you see that? He's coming in here like, what's
I
up,
have
bro?
been fucking getting that
What's
shit.
going
It looks like
on?
it belongs to Miami, bro. Miami Vice right now.
Hell yeah, dude. You gotta leave Hawaii, bro. Come to Miami, dude. Fuck it. Come
Yeah,
on, move
bro.
over.
Hawaii's the one that's doing this. I was thinking we could make these triangles like leaves. We could make these motherfuckers leaves, bro.
Oh, for like
For fall?
for this month.
Halloween or for
Yeah, for
Thanksgiving.
fall.
Yeah.
Because this is very
you should
similar
get a
to the same
you should
color
get
of
a
Halloween.
Thanksgiving
Table with some
Yeah.
turkey
on the
and
table.
stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Damn. See, the bad thing about it though, that's a great idea. But this world doesn't have that much capacity. I think we're like tapped out. If not,
Just do a
I
second
would've-
world.
We might
do
be
a second
better
world and
now,
get rid of
though.
everything else.
Because there's been a
We
lot
did.
of
I
updates with
did do
more
that, actually.
capacity.
It's true.
Because ultimately, in the end, the camera's just filming in here, right? All that out there is
Yeah.
for guests. So you can even have a door between the podcast room and the other world, and then boom,
True.
you can do all kinds of stuff in here.
Did you
True,
Slick?
true.
Did you say there's been an update in capacity?
I feel like since we've built it, there has. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm probably because that was a while ago.
A while ago, yeah.
And this was
All right.
Hold on,
I
I'll be
know.
right back.
So Schlick, we're live. Oh, damn, he just left. I don't know. Does he has his live? But either way, man. So how's everybody doing today? How you guys doing?
doing good. Doing good.
Doing good?
It's
Just vibing?
I'm in the Pacific Northwest, and it has been stormy and rainy, and like I'm in a weird pocket where it is stormy and rainy, but all the places around me are like they got hit without power. Like 11,000 people around me, like
Oh,
no
crap.
power, and my little town. We're like, oh, we're fine.
Wait, are you in a road trip right now, or are you vacation or something? What's going on?
No. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, so it's just like home, but it's definitely fall. It's like summer ended on the calendar, and summer
Right.
was like, oh, sorry, okay, we're done.
Wow.
And yeah, it was like next day, boom. So it's been rainy and windy.
Here it's
and all
rainy,
those
too.
things that you-
Our winter
Yeah, but
is
you got
just
hot
rain.
rain.
Our rain is like 24/7 in the winter. It's pretty fucking nuts, dude.
It's wild. Dude,
everything's
are we live on YouTube?
We've been live for 45 minutes.
Holy shit. Yeah, how long has mine's going? It's probably like 20 or something minutes.
Hell
But yeah, so yeah, man. So we're live on Twitter and we're live on YouTube. You know, shout out. Thank you guys for showing up here. Leo,
Sure.
Gail. We have another live stream here,
Sure.
a really special, spicy live stream with some pretty cool topics. So everybody, welcome to the 1Verse. And shout out to Flex Ty out there in the crowd checking us out.
Oh, feel free to join in on the convo too, bro.
100%. Yeah. If you guys want to say something, feel free to, comment a topic, your opinion. What do you guys think? We're definitely going to shout you guys
Exactly.
out for sure.
I was saying,
I
like,
get-
talk your shit. Come up here and speak your truth. What you got on your
Hey.
chest? Get it off.
So to start it off, though, the Quest Pro. What do you guys think about the Quest Pro? Is it worth $1,500?
Do you guys have it? Did you guys buy it?
No.
I
No?
haven't bought
Anybody?
it, and
No. So I don't know if we're very qualified.
I'm
'cause I haven't
interested in
either.
buying it.
You haven't bought it either.
Haven't bought it?
Bro, okay, that means
Yeah.
it's not worth it. So we're all just
Might not
gonna
be a good
honest.
topic.
Is it worth it? I don't know. I can't tell you. I haven't bought it. That's because you don't think it's worth it.
Well, listen, I did speak to
Facts.
someone last night about it that does have it, and I was kind of like really picking apart because I gave him all the reasons I didn't buy it, and then was trying to get kind of what are the positives of it, and I heard a couple really cool
Yeah.
things. So,
So what are the negatives? What are the cons
Yeah.
for you, at least, personally?
well, okay, so the reason I didn't buy is I just try to be careful with how I spend money. It's not a matter of not having money. I think people that have money ultimately in the end they care about their dollar, and I'd rather put that into an investment that's going to double or triple over the next year,
Right.
if possible, right? And
I
so
was gonna say over the next year, what investments
Maybe.
you making, bro?
I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, look, crypto just kind of took a little bit of a spike in the last couple of days. But anyway, what I'm getting at is I have my Quest 2, right? And so that allows me to do whatever I need to do in here. If the point is that if by buying the Pro, it gives me the capacity to do like more, like let's say for instance there were like 5 extra features that just because I had the Pro, and I mean real
Sure.
features for modeling, right? For making stuff. Like maybe I could do like organic shaping or whatever. I'm all over it. Then it's a great investment because that gives me sort of a leg up. If it's just for eye tracking and for these kind of like comfortability and stuff like that, I look at it from an investment standpoint. I go, listen, it's hardware version number 1.
Yeah.
I know hardware, and I'd rather wait for Gen 2 to come out. I'd rather them work out the bugs and then kind of do that. That said, last night hearing some of the positives, it isn't just about eye tracking. There seems to be more capacity to work with various windows,
Right,
to be able to like pull up like I guess like different kind of pop-up windows while you're working. So that sounds pretty cool as referencing. I'm like, oh, that's pretty interesting. Everyone keeps going back to the eye tracking thing, which I think is kind of ironic because everyone that has the eye tracking thing, they all complain that they have like kind of saggy faces.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I'm like,
like,
damn.
oh,
I heard
now
about
you
that.
really look ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's like tired looking. Okay.
Yeah,
So if you
Because everybody's zombies.
Trixie, come
We're all
in.
just
Yeah.
zombies
Trixie,
chilling in
what's
our
up,
chairs, just like, ha
Welcome,
ha.
Trixie.
Oh.
Welcome to the live
What
stream.
up?
Hey
I
there.
like
What
I
up?
like the outfit.
I
Are
see
I
you.
see
I
the
see you
pictures.
came as a cheerleader. Yeah, she's cheering us on today.
I
Hey,
did.
nice.
Yeah.
Meet cheerleader. There you
Why
go.
am I so
Happy
shocked?
Halloween.
There you go.
HHS.
Oh god, my timer on the kitchen stove is making a noise. Really?
This goes well with
Oh
the
no.
outfit.
It does
I'll
go
be
well
back.
with the shirt. Go for it.
Okay,
So,
so
like-
so I have a question for all three of you. Like, okay, obviously we're in Horizon right now. Is Horizon with the time that you have available in your life? Is Horizon the thing you're primarily doing on your headset? Or are you doing other games? Are you doing other?
I don't do anything
Are you
but
doing-
Horizon on the headset.
Yeah, I primarily use Horizon. I literally do nothing else.
So right,
Me,
and we were talking about time availability and stuff, and so when you get opportunity, this is where you go, right? So as far as I can tell right now with the Pro, other than eye tracking and stuff, there really isn't any in Horizon benefits other
Ooh, I
than
like that perspective.
resolution.
Yeah,
Resolution,
resolution,
maybe
clarity.
But really, when it comes down to it, for me, yes, I would love resolution. But like, what I want is I want in Horizon stuff. I want to put $1,500 into making this
Right,
experience,
right.
not the hardware.
That's a great perspective.
Exactly.
I guess
yeah.
the one
Nice.
positive to her towards Horizon with the Quest Pro would be that it is more comfortable to spend more time in Horizon worlds building.
It's not.
But is that really
uncomfortable to
true?
me,
Because it doesn't
though.
sit on your
I
face.
can't-
From what that's what the people that
I
do
just
have it
saw-
say.
I just saw someone that I think who was it? Oculus, I think, that he had to put
He
like the
broke his
battery
shit,
pack on the
yeah.
back. And I'm like,
Yeah,
shit,
Oculus, yeah.
now they're having to add these add-ons to compensate. So that's the thing with hardware that's tricky, right? Like you make it lighter,
Yeah.
sleeker, blah, blah, blah. It's same thing with iPhones. Like, all right, they're super sleek, but now they only last like 4 hours. So now we have to sit it on a charger all day long. And look at anyone who has an iPhone, we're like chasing after freaking chargers all day long. So there's always a trade-off, I think.
Well, so
And-
then
Yeah, there's always a
I
trade-off.
watched Tested. So Norm on Tested got one of those. I don't know if you know what Tested is. It's Adam Savage's YouTube channel. But
Yeah.
Norm does a lot of the technology stuff. And so obviously he got one. He did a full in-depth review of having it for a number of days. And because of the improvements of what it's really focusing on, which is a lot of like integration of AR and all of that,
Yeah,
you know,
that seems to be
for
interesting.
me
Yeah.
the blackening out of the room around me is important in my current experience in here, and that light seal on the Pro is actually a con because they want you to have more peripheral view because of the
Right.
AR future for it, but that takes away from my current experience of what I'm doing with it.
Mm.
So it's like, if it was like, I don't know, a couple $100 more, I might dip my toe into it more. But with such a leap, it's like you really have to look at that pro and con list, and you have to
Yeah,
like,
we're talking about
make
3 more
decisions and
close
stand
to
by it.
You
yeah,
could literally
it's like
buy
5 times the price.
3 of them.
you could literally buy 3
Right.
headsets and give that to
Mhm.
other people to help
Right.
like build your shit in here.
Totally.
Yeah,
It's just like
exactly.
if you want to think about it from a business perspective, it's like I'll hang on to my headset and have now 3 other people doing stuff with me. because
Especially
of
when
it.
you're
Right.
not unhappy with it either. Like this is very comfortable. I can
Right.
wear this all day, no problem.
Really?
Yeah.
Right,
I'm
and
not-
do you
I'm
have
not
some
really too fond of my
third-party
headset.
attachments?
I have the Elite strap. I have the leather face mask and silicone.
strap?
freaking
Oh
Is it
wow.
comfortable?
piece.
The leather.
Yeah. I got a leather face mask and the freaking Elite strap. It's so comfortable. Yeah. It's like
Maybe
a
I gotta
pillow on
upgrade
your
that.
I don't know
face.
what the brand is I have, but yeah, I have the ratcheting on the back kind of thing.
The one that makes the
and I've
sound.
got this.
Right. The one
Yeah,
that spin-
click.
yeah.
Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, and then
It's a good one. I
and
think
then
it's
I've
cute.
got the silicone that I can clean, and that's really nice.
Yeah, you gotta get the
but
leather, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
getting
But my
that break
point
out
is,
to the
I
silicone.
certainly never used it from default. I never used it
Yeah.
from default. I had already bought the upgrades before I even put the headset on.
Right,
I was
right.
just like,
What do you
I just
have,
think-
Leo?
I just have the standard headset. I mean, I use a silicone kind of cover or whatever. But it's when I'm working for a while. I think the thing is I got so used to working in the architecture space, working on a laptop, right? And so being able to switch between screens, like floor plan, section, blah blah blah. I could model for hours. When I'm in here, like I could really model for maybe 2 to 3 hours before I'm sweating, my eyes are getting sore. Right,
Oh,
I'm
wow.
like,
That's a
ugh,
fun
and I gotta
thing.
plug it in, and I'm like fucking fighting with the cable.
Do you have an leash
And
strap
so,
though?
I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
no,
Maybe
he's
I
got
need to
nothing
upgrade
for
to
the
that.
leash
Yeah,
strap.
I don't have any
Dude,
of those
that's
things.
a game changer.
I would recommend it.
Yeah,
Is it really?
it's-
Yeah,
it's
okay.
game
I gotta
changer,
look into
bro.
it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I could wear this all day, and I also got blue light filter contact lenses.
But
on
it
my
doesn't take care of the
That's
the
good.
humidity buildup, right? Like, do you guys get that kind of like that ring
No.
around your face?
It's
No.
because of
Yeah,
that
you-
strap. You
I-
gotta switch it.
And because
Sorry.
you need a new freaking
I keep
face mask,
adjusting
bro.
mine.
I'm telling you, get a leather face mask. Oh, it's
Really?
perfect. Yeah, there's no humidity. It's perfect.
Okay,
it's
well then I gotta
perfect with
upgrade.
the leather
But at that
face
point, it's
mask
like,
or
okay, what's
leather
the cost
strap.
of those two things? Maybe like 100, 200
But-
bucks more.
Like 100,
About.
maybe even less.
About.
Mine was
All right.
mine.
So
was
it's still nowhere near
50,
going to a $1,500
so-
Pro.
No.
No.
That's
No.
what I mean. Yeah, it's maybe $100.
No, for a vast improvement, in my opinion.
huge.
Yeah,
improvement.
You know,
I
you know
heard-
the big, big
what
sale.
is that?
Oh, go ahead. You have it?
The what?
Strap.
The
Bobo
what?
Strap.
Bobo strap.
Yeah. It doesn't
Bobo
have
VR. Oh, I heard
a
about that.
center stripe.
Yeah, that one sucks.
Okay.
It doesn't train your hair to just stick down in the middle.
Oh, I know. I totally have a reverse mohawk when I get out of this thing.
Oh God.
It's
Your
You
hair.
got two mohawks. One on the right side.
Yeah.
and
I
the
just
left
don't get
side.
it. I don't see how
Brand.
head straps fix the issue.
Is that the Halo
of,
one,
like,
the Bobo?
a
I heard
hot-
that's the
More
best.
secure.
mechanical or like
Oh, it
there's
doesn't.
like a machine on your face. We have like it's like a little
Yeah.
computer on our face that generates heat, right? And that with obviously our pores and all this stuff, like you're generating kind of moisture or humidity within your mask. Like so, no strap
you
fixes
need a new
that, right?
face mask. The
That I
silicone,
think I would
the
assume the Pro
silicone's bad
fixes.
for that. Silicone's gonna make you sweat more.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does because it's
Yeah.
oily as hell too. It
Yeah.
captures the
So
oil.
It's
what
not
I'm
oil,
saying,
yeah.
it's the face mask. Get a new face mask. That's like a
Yeah.
soft,
The
nice
leather.
material. Leather,
get
perfect.
a new
That-
face mask and get the interface that has the venting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
See,
I have
that
there,
sounds
too.
cool.
That's the one I
That's
have.
one
It's
of the
an
things I would
active
love to be
wear.
a feature in here is a little fan just running in there. Although that would dry out your eyes quite a bit.
You could probably
Probably.
add an attachment, 3D print something to freaking plug into your headset and
Well,
have
you
a
know my
fan
mask,
blow.
right? 2 fans, I just get a little hose and
Yeah.
run it up.
Yeah.
But then I'm like fucking
Right?
wearing a mask and like basically I'm wearing
I know,
a helmet.
you're
At that point,
yeah.
give me a helmet. At least it's more
Oh, that's
comfortable.
why.
So
That's
you
the
see the
coolest
face
thing.
cover?
We're gonna be all Iron Man. Sorry.
I see cams out there.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be us
So-
though.
Welcome,
Hey,
welcome.
Iron Man's passing.
So you see,
Wait.
you see the
Come in,
face
bro.
cover that I have. The face cover that I have has vents, and it's like a cloth type of material,
Mm.
but it's for activewear. It's purposely designed for activewear. So if you're working out with this, it doesn't get sweaty or sticky or oily, and it has
Ah.
vents like that
Yeah.
flows air
Okay.
Yeah.
in and out. So
I mean,
something
look,
like that
let's
would be
release
something you
that.
would want.
I'm like complaining, but at the end of the day, you guys remember like the old school VR headsets, right? It was like basically like a chair.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's very impressive
It's
what
like-
they've done. We're obviously like kind of nitpicking here. I think it's incredible. This hardware that they've created is really incredible. The Pro looks really
Well-
sleek. It looks beautiful. Maybe it has lots of value and stuff like that.
It looks like
but
the HoloLens. It looks like the HoloLens.
it does. That's what I said. It looks like
Microsoft,
HoloLens
right?
and Magic Leap.
Microsoft HoloLens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It looks like HoloLens.
Apparently, it depends on your
design.
face shape
Where's
too,
Cam?
though.
Did
The
Cam leave?
comfort we met a guy who is a
Yes.
MetaQuest partner, and he had it a few days before us. So he like told us. He said I shouldn't be telling this. He said it's a good product, but like it doesn't have much features compared to the price. It should be worth maybe $1,000, not 1.5 for what it's got. So, and the comfort depends on the shape of your head, basically. So
Interesting.
Hey
If you have a
guys,
square head, it's
y'all
gonna
are
hurt.
losing if you are for the Oculus Pro. So unless you want to come on here and speak your reason why the Oculus Pro is worth it, I'm going to rate this a do not buy.
Too
Do
much.
not buy the
It's
Quest
too much.
Pro.
It's too much.
1Verse
If it was
said
priced-
it.
Here's
It's
what I
gonna be
will say. I'm
headlines
still
everywhere.
considering it by. I'm still considering buying it by the end of the year. Like I'm like
If
I
you
just
want
wanted to kind of
something
let.
dramatically improve.
Yeah, I thought
don't
about
buy
it. I'm like, I'm kind
I
of
think
like
we
I
all
wanted to see
have.
how
I
people
have
are
too.
feeling about it, and I'm like, it's still a business expense
Sure.
at the end of 2022, so
Sure.
it's still maybe worth it. But will it make my life,
Better
a little
in
bit,
Horizon.
10%, 20% better in terms of modeling in here? If so, then I think it's worth it.
I think it
Because
will
modeling
with
for-
time,
yeah.
with software updates.
Yes.
But again, you could wait for that, right? Like, I feel like it will be better with software updates. Not right away. It just came out. It has all these glitches. Probably like the next
Yeah.
2 updates or 3 updates,
Well-
whatever it may be. Then it'll be more. It'll make more sense to spend
I
that
could see
15.
that.
Then it'll
It's
be
just
$3
weird
grand.
to me that right. So for right now, it feels like there's a good and a best in scale, and I think a lot of us would be like, I could go for a better, and not have to take this like big leap of faith of an unknown with this best version that is such, we're talking regardless of money, but like they're claiming caliber better, but it's just like I look at it and I'm like, I was willing to take the risk with just throwing down the 300 for this one, but like it's an investment if you do $1,500, and so where's the hardware that's in between that,
Right.
or as we've already said, Meta lost a bunch of money on the Quest 2. So is the Pro the actual price of these things? And we're just balking because now we know the truth, or what?
I think that's what people have been saying, and that how they did take a hit on the price with these. They wanted to get it more, headsets out there. So they do say the same thing, that the Quest Pro is supposed to be the price tag, and that's apparently fairly cheap compared to other high-end VR headsets that are like 3,000, 4,000,
the Vive,
5,000.
$3-4 grand. Mm-hmm.
So it's something. It is something to consider compared to like high quality VR headsets. There are a lot more expensive than 1,500 out there with that type of quality. So yeah, shit. I don't know. We'll see.
I think it's also tough from the perspective of the thing that I was talking about with this guy last night is, all right, so you guys have heard recently what's happened with Facebook, and how Apple has really had to change, Apple's really changed their business model a little bit with regard to ads, right? So before, Facebook was making 100% of their money more or less from ads, and that's why they've done really well. They've become a multi-billion-dollar company as a result.
Mm-hmm.
Apple made one small change in their terms of service, right? And suddenly Facebook, you had to kind of go through Apple now to advertise on Facebook, if I understand it correctly. I don't understand exactly what the issue was, but the point was it was huge. So everyone's talking about the share price of Facebook going down significantly because of Meta and the metaverse. And it's like, that's not really true. There was a lot more to their bottom line that was affected from a business standpoint, right? And this ad space thing was a big thing. Just 2 weeks ago, Apple did something else. I don't exactly know what it was. I want to research it so I can talk about it from a more educated standpoint, but I think it was something as well with purchases. And so now Apple takes like a 30% cut from all the revenues that Meta would be getting.
Whoa.
So you start to see the virtues of Steve Jobs and Wozniak's original vision, integration of hardware and software. Once you own both, you own the ecosystem, and no one could kind of control what you're doing. In Meta's case, they have historically been a software company, right? Social company, right? And so now they're running into a lot of these kind of business issues as a result. And so my thinking is to challenge that or to beat that out. Now they're having to really become a hardware company. A software company in their 10th year becoming a hardware company is to me as an investor, is very risky. Man, you guys really don't know shit about shit when it comes to hardware. Apple is light years ahead of anyone when it comes to hardware. Well, most people, right? When it comes to hardware. And so, Facebook could buy out the guys who made Oculus, and they can buy out other people. But at a certain point, they themselves are going to have to really become a hardware company. It's going to take time for that to happen and for it to be well. So, for me, I'm looking at it going man, they're trying. They really are trying hard. But when Apple comes out with their headset, if they do,
They got to be trying if they're spending $10
they're
billion
going to
on
have
this
their
project.
own app
Oh,
store. They're
sure.
going to have all these things that are like full integration. And I mean, come on, I've got a MacBook, I've got an Apple, I've got the whole suite
Right,
because their
right.
products are just so impeccably, amazingly beautiful. And so I think, to me, I almost see this product being like the Android of headsets.
I could see that.
So I'm like, it's
Ooh,
cool.
I
I'm
hope
excited.
that.
We're here early, but at the end of the day, it's like you have to really see these other players coming in, and then don't forget the Chinese players. You have the Xiaomi, Samsung. You've got all these other players, probably
Yeah.
out of Korea as well, that are going to be putting other like really cool headsets on the market, probably for very cheap and probably
I would buy a Samsung.
very comparable. Hell yeah, I would buy a Xiaomi. I loved my Xiaomi phone, man. I used to have that shit for quite some time. All I'm getting at is I think Facebook has a little bit of an uphill battle. Like, I think what they're doing here is incredible. I think they're gonna what they have that Apple doesn't have is they have 3 billion users, right? Active users through social media, through their platforms, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and whatever else they have. So if they can leverage that and they can start doing like avatar integration, or if they can suddenly allow you, like I'm doing a Facebook post, but that's somehow going like into the metaverse and vice versa, interoperability between their platforms, that gives them a real interesting competitive advantage that I think really Samsung doesn't have. Clearly, Apple does have a shit ton of users, but social is not their game. Even like Apple Pay, that kind of flopped. You know what I mean? So their game is really hardware and software to use that hardware. I think Facebook really needs to focus on the social aspect of it, and I wish they could team up with another hardware company that's like a legit hardware company and say like we're giving the headset to those guys, and we're gonna
If it was
focus on
the
this.
Apple Facebook combination, oh shit,
That'd be insane.
yeah,
Be
right.
insane.
Then I would spend $3,000 for a headset easy.
Yeah,
I spend that shit on a MacBook without
you get
blinking.
an Apple logo on
know.
any headset, and VR is mainstream. Like,
Yeah.
Apple's one of the
Yeah.
best branding ever in existence. If Apple endorses something, it's gonna sell.
Yeah.
It's
But
gonna
it would never
sell.
happen, right? Like Apple.
That they enter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, Apple and Facebook got beef. They're definitely won't.
Yeah, it would never
fucking
happen. When
collaborate.
Apple has
No,
the
it wouldn't.
capacity to build their own, I mean, come on, an
That's-
Appleverse and all these kind of, it would be insane.
Appleverse.
It would be insane.
big
yeah,
Apple.
like, it would be
the
incredible.
Apple verse.
They got their own processors and
Walls and
everything.
or whatever.
They got their own stuff. They could
No,
really
just be
do
iVerse.
some incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
I was
Iverse.
saying,
There
you know
Iverse.
what? You know what Meta should do? They should partner with the phone companies. So you know how you win you get a free phone when you sign a 2-year contract with Verizon, right?
Right.
They need to get to Verizon T-Mobile. When you buy this iPhone 14, you get a freaking Oculus Quest Pro, and you can just pay for it monthly or whatever.
Oh, Quest
right?
2,
And you could
yeah.
even probably eventually put data inside these VR headsets. If you could put data in this shit, directly work with the cell phone companies. You want to get a data plan for your fucking Oculus Pro? Oh
Yeah.
shit.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
I know.
Damn,
But it
man,
runs into
sounds
the
like
same
Meta
issue.
got hit
It's
you
already-
up.
Like cell phones. It's going to market like cell phones.
But it runs into the same problem
Yeah.
is that at the end of the day, someone's going to be controlling their bottom line. And Meta needs
Right.
to separate themselves to be able to have that control. Right now, what they're doing is like they're not building Facebook think about it. When they built Facebook, there was no other social media platform in the world.
Mhm.
They were starting
MySpace.
something
Well,
new.
there's MySpace.
They were trailblazing. Yeah, there
Yeah.
was MySpace, but they were trailblazing and they were light years ahead, right? And they eventually took over the space. With this quote unquote metaverse, there's already been, Second Life. There were other kind of things like that, and then Decentraland and all these other kind of different types of things that are popping up now in terms of like Web3. So it's almost like they're competing really early on, and they're having to change their business model very early on. And again, they're becoming more of like a hardware company now. And I don't know, man. I've lost a shit ton of money this year on Facebook, and I'm like, shit. As an
I know.
investor,
My average price is like 200 and something.
it's
bucks.
terrible. It's
Damn.
terrible.
And that
I
was
look at my-
deals, bro.
I could have
was
bought a
like,
couple of
this
these damn
is
headsets.
steals.
I know. And even now, I'm like, should I buy more? Because at least now people say, oh, it's going to rock it up. I'm like, is it? I have a question for you guys. Will headsets become widely adapted, like let's say the cell phone was?
Yes, absolutely.
You think
Yeah.
so?
I think
Yeah.
maybe not so
The
soon.
more we
Big
market
time.
The younger
it,
generation.
Once-
Yeah.
Once
Big
Eventually.
baby
factor
ones, yeah.
down.
I see this
That's
as
what
the
I'm
future
saying.
of computer. Future of
we're
computer.
going
This
to
is
be
what I
all
see.
Iron Man headsets, bro. We're not going to have Neuralink. What we're going to have is just a giant fucking helmet that it's
I hope
just
not.
like Iron Man.
Maybe a pair of glasses.
And
or
also
something.
with this pandemic bullshit, like, oh, you need a filtration. This is the best filtration. Every fucking ounce and drop of air that you inhale is going to be
Fuck that.
perfect. You can live in Detroit and go next to a fucking car. You're still gonna breathe in clean ass air. When you guys get nuked because World War III, China, you're gonna get
Oh my
nuked.
God.
This will help you from fucking inhaling toxic
Wow.
fumes, bro.
Okay, I used to
This
use
is
one
why
of
I'm
those
looking
space
at
suits,
it,
by the
bro.
way.
And it has
Yeah.
radiation
Library,
glasses, so you're gonna look
Hawaiians
at the
and their
sun.
conspiracy
You could look at a solar eclipse and have no eye damage. Oh my gosh!
Okay, so
He's
I
He's
kinda-
trolling
I
sit,
everybody.
I
I
sit
would
from
wear
the other
that.
perspective. I
Sounds like
talk
the end
to
of the
like
world, hey?
my nephews are 15 and 17, and they think this is a joke.
What?
And I'm like,
Yeah.
really? Well,
They
I'm like,
think it's a
really?
joke
I'm like,
now.
I
Yeah,
bought them a
for
headset.
now.
I'm like, here, take that. They don't even use. They're not interested at all. I'm like, come model with me. I'll teach you guys. They're like, no.
Which
And they
is
were
What about
weird
games?
because,
What about
like,
the game part?
Everybody's
'Cause
into the video games, right? I mean, that's all the kids.
Dude, the
want
games
right
here
now.
are sick.
Video games.
I don't know, man. Kids are.
I don't
Maybe
really
it's
like
these
the
specific
games.
kids. I'm not really sure what it is. Someone brought it up to me like this the other day. They said they grew up in the generation of Snapchat. So like very
Yeah,
early
or
on,
in
they
TikTok.
understood technology. Yeah, they understood this kind of technology that would consume our lives from a social media standpoint with gamification. And I think they were very quick to be like, nah, that's not cool. Right? When we were kids, what wasn't cool was like the shit that our parents liked, and so we went towards tech. So I have a feeling like we're stuck in a generation gap that's really teched out, and they're like almost the opposite. They want, like, my nephew's all about like political science and understanding like global warming and shit like that. Like kids are, you know, they call them
Holy
woke
shit.
or whatever the hell it is.
Oh my god.
I just feel like they're a bit more. It almost feels like they're more mature. I'm like, come on,
Bro,
let's have
he's
this fucking
smoking
build.
weed and wearing hemp t-shirts. He's not a fucking activist.
It's shit. Well,
Oh,
all I'm
man.
getting at is, I think it was Elon Musk that said it. If you think that you're going to put a screen in front of someone's eyes and that they're going to sit all day long in front of that, like, you're not understanding human behavior. And so that's the one side of it that I look at and I go like, all right, this is cool now. I'm enjoying it. I'm very bullish on this metaverse thing and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm like, what's 2 years of research going to look like showing how eye health has deteriorated
Sure.
because of these screens that are like literally 2 inches from our faces. So like we take that into account. Like it doesn't matter if it's a Kiwi head strap or a Bombo head strap or a freaking, you know, visors on the sides or not, or a $3,000 headset. At the end of the day, you still have retinas. We still have a physiological challenges that we have to face. And so I think this is where AR, and maybe this is why Meta's investing in AR, the idea that you can wear like really light glasses and it's something that's happening in your environment and it's kind of digital, but it's not killing your like eyesight and your, you know, maybe this is why they're investing a shit ton into AI and AR, because they know that this is really just almost like this VR is really just a bridge to that.
It's just a bridge, yeah.
Just an opinion.
We
I
all
don't know. I
turn
could be
blind.
wrong. I'm probably wrong, but
Bro,
yeah,
like,
that's
what
what I'm
damages
saying.
your eye? Like, do they have evidence or research on the damage of eyes on the Quest
yeah, I've looked this up.
or
No,
So
it's
VR
not.
in
It's too-
general?
so far, no, because it's too early.
But they've
Yeah.
been doing VR. Like, what's the consequence of having a screen to your eyes? They have that evidence.
Okay, what
Is
was the
there a
consequence? Yeah, like if you look at the consequence of cell phones to our physiological like makeup, right? Well, what happened is we started getting a bit more hunched. I was just reading an article that we're going to
True.
start to be more like
I read
this over
about that.
time, right?
Yep.
Probably there's. I
Oh, in
would
the year
argue.
3000?
I'm
Is that that one?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what happened to like our eyesight, but the screen was still far enough that I just think that having this thing this close, and again having all these issues like moisture and humidity and blah blah blah, like I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 12 to 24 months there are lawsuits against VR companies against.
Have
like,
you
Meta.
used an Oculus Quest 2?
Yeah.
You may be entitled to compensation.
I wouldn't be surprised. Bro.
Pretty much.
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't want to say that because I'm in here and like again, I'm bullish about the space, but that's why I don't spend. Dude, you guys have talked to people in here that are spending 15, 16, some people like 18 hours a day. I'm like, what?
Yeah, dude.
I can do
the whole
2-3
day.
hours max, and like,
Whole
and I
day.
can only do that a couple times a week.
I do.
Then I'm
I
done.
do more
I'm
than
tapped
that
out.
when I'm on. But I have also kind of changed my relationship a little bit, and I'm not doing it every day.
Yeah.
But
Right.
when I'm in,
right.
I'm doing a project, and so I like see it to the end. So I'm like 5-6 hours.
Look, if they just gave us the ability, and this is like the one thing, if Zuckerberg was here right now, this is what I would ask him: is please just give us the ability to continue to work in Horizon Worlds from our laptop, so that when I want to immerse myself in the environment, I can put on my headset and have that fourth dimension, so to speak, right? But when I'm modeling, when I'm working, I'm in the pro space, like let me breathe air and be comfortable, and I can sit at my computer and I can really like work away and not have to be like fidgeting with my headset and like all this stuff. Those to me become barriers to entry in this space, and that's why I'm like, I'm a little.
It's a big thing for a lot of people.
Yeah,
like I think it's probably one of the reasons why my wife doesn't want to do it.
Yeah,
she's just not big on putting stuff, masks or anything on her face.
Who is? Who's like at one point in society did we like, yeah, let's put technology all over our heads?
The
RoboCop.
Yeah, like we're just it's not like it's again, it's like it's physiological makeup. It's very simple. Yeah, it's like
no, but that's the thing though. Like so right now, these VR headsets, it's kind of like the old school TVs or those old school computers with the long big backs, Eventually, this is going to get to the thin screens that we're seeing now, where it's like bendable,
and the Pro is a
flexible.
good example of that.
It's we're going to get to that point, and I honestly think VR will be the next computing system. Like the whole evolution of computer, desktop, went to laptop, went to tablet phone. What's next? I think that's going to be a VR headset when they become smaller and better in quality.
So is it possible to argue then, maybe from the perspective of if and when that happens, that actually our eyesight and our retinas will actually improve because we're exercising them more than sitting in a dark room in an apartment, as an example, or a home?
Probably I don't know much about eyes.
Well. I think it would be a compensation thing.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't really know about that. But
I don't really know what affects the eyes and what doesn't affect the eyes, and what helps them and what hurts them.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's from a design thing. When I look at design, I'm looking holistically, right? Like even look at like the physiological we talked about. What about the psychological? We're hearing of a lot of people talk about how there's a lot of mental improvement because like they normally wouldn't socialize and now they are socializing. So that's a plus, right? Add that to the plus chapter. And so at the end, you're always going to have pluses and minuses, and you're going to be able to make a decision on whether this is good or not. I agree that the form factor will get better. The technology will improve. Things will get lighter and easier and all these kinds of things. But if you talk about a headset the way it currently is, if it doesn't get past this, I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
it will.
I think it's going to be projection eventually. Like you just have an earpiece and it projects, and it's so good at projecting that you can it can project throughout your whole peripherals, make a full fucking color screen.
Yeah,
that would be nuts. Is that possible per se to project to like outside your peripherals
for a while?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I know Google Glass did something like that.
Yeah. They've been working
it's just
on
cost prohibitive at the moment.
Yeah.
But that's
the cool thing is
that's where it's coming. That's cool.
Yeah.
We'll live with it on 24/7.
For sure. I think the wild card is
most Elon's argument, right? That's the same.
Yeah. And it's not going to be a screen per se, but it will. Yeah.
Because that we're going to get there. Any society that can get to the point of not being able to determine the difference between a simulated reality and reality.
Exactly.
And more than likely already is.
True. I thought about that.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, talking about Elon. What do you guys think about Elon purchasing Twitter, and what do you guys think about his AI robot Optimus? Any opinions on those two things?
Bro, talk all the shit you want about 1Verse, but you gonna pay me $8.
$8.
Talk shit about 1Verse, bro. Just pay me my $8, man.
Which I don't know if you guys get it.
I don't know anything about his.
He tweeted that. He tweeted that actually. So you could talk all this shit to me.
It was
$20. Yeah, first. But the tweet, what was it? He was like, "You could talk all this shit to me you want, but just pay the $8."
Just pay me $8, bro. Tell me what you want. Just pay me $8.
That was the AOC. It was first. It was he said it was 20, and then I think it was Stephen King, was it the author, came out and said like this is ridiculous. I wouldn't pay 20, and he said, all right, would you pay 8? And then
Yeah.
she came out and said something. AOC, you know, I don't know if you, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, she's
politician.
white.
And then he said,
She's
to
a
her,
winner.
You can take
Right.
whatever you want, but yeah, it's still $8.
Yeah, and then I
No.
think he like took a picture of the merch she sells, $58 for
Yeah,
a fucking
the
t-shirt.
sweater.
It's like, yeah, what's up with that? Like,
This
dude,
bitch saying, "Oh, $8 is way too expensive, Elon. You're a piece of shit. Now buy my $100 T-shirt." Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, but that's
man.
that was funny when he walked into the headquarters. I don't know if you guys saw that. Before
Yeah.
purchasing fully, he walked in with a sink, saying
Oh,
like, "Let that sink
yeah.
in."
Yeah,
Yep. That's good.
that is
Man,
funny.
man.
I actually don't really utilize Twitter.
I don't
Yeah,
need
it
it.
I'm starting
Social
to.
media.
I'm starting to, honestly, man.
Mm.
I've definitely started to, just because the
Mm.
way that people are engaging there, it's a
Yeah.
little bit more. There's a little bit more engagement, and there's less suppression.
Yeah.
So far than any
Okay.
other platform. And
I
me as a
think
content
Elon's
creator,
gonna make it great.
no,
And
he's
make
gonna
a
do
lot
great
of
with
money.
it.
I think
So you guys are looking for the
Twitter
content
is going to
creator.
regret selling it and letting Elon run it because he's going to make some money. He's going to figure out a way to fucking just blow up
I mean,
financially. He might even create a crypto.
turns to gold. So.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know,
Right.
but he literally just announced that he's gonna add a monetization content creating program, kind of
Exactly.
like Instagram, and that's the
So-
one reason why I'm doing Twitter, because on Insta
No one's
and
on
all these
there,
other
you know?
platforms, I'm creating all this content, really good content, and like I'm not really getting the traction that I'm supposed to be getting
Yeah.
on it. So it almost feels like it's like selective, and it's been suppressed by the algorithm. And then when I went to
Mhm.
Twitter to try that out, it seems like it picked up a lot faster and quicker than what it did for me in here. And just with one live stream, I did one live stream on my personal account on Twitter, and within an hour it got like 66 view, compared to like on YouTube or here, if I do a live stream, that to get that number it'll take like 2 to 3 days sometimes, depending,
Mm.
right? So it's like what's going on with that? I need somewhere where I could like show my creativity and be supported as a creator. I need that support, which
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
most content creators. So that's why I'm like transitioning a little bit more to Twitter, live streaming to Twitter, and stuff like that.
That's smart. That's smart. You know, I think to look at that question, you got to like go back to Elon's history. The guy was one of the founders of PayPal, right?
yeah.
It was a
Mhm.
joke between a bunch of friends saying, "Hey, could we get rid of this like financial system and create like
Right.
a digital system?" Right. And so all these years later, PayPal ends up funding Tesla, ends up funding SpaceX, ends up kind of
Yeah.
giving him the foundation to do all these kinds of things. And so to me, I almost see like Twitter being a full circle moment for Elon, because you got to think about it like this. You brought up the question of the robot that they're building. Their cars are
Optimus.
already robots. They just have tires instead of
Yeah.
legs, right?
Yeah.
They're AI, intelligent,
Self-driving.
mechanical, sort of semi-digital like creatures, essentially, right? And they're
Mhm.
interconnected to one another. These are
Right.
now going to be fed and interconnected more, and they're going to control. Again, we talked about the question of controlling an ecosystem. Well, now he has satellites. Governments are hiring him to fly
Mhm.
rockets into space because he can put up satellites cheaper than anyone else. And so he has
Yeah.
Starlink. So, okay, Starlink is now the communication aspect of being able to allow these cars to all talk to each other. What no one realizes is when these cars are driving around, they're mapping roads. And so he's
Right.
building
Yes.
essentially a map of Earth. Well, you still have users that need to talk to each other, and cars need to talk to each other. And so the idea of communications, you start to see where Twitter starts to fit in, right? And you're going to need to
Mhm.
do payments and
Mhm.
systems and blah, blah, blah. He's obviously been very vocal about Dogecoin. He's worked with,
Crypto.
Vitalik and even getting him, who's an Ethereum player, onto Dogecoin and getting some adapters there.
Mhm.
So more than likely than not, he's going to have crypto adoption into this. He's going to, I don't know how Web3 it's going to be or decentralized or whatever. But once that happens, he's going to have smart machines powered by fucking satellites communicating via a massive network, aka Twitter. and he's going to be able to tie in Web3, NFTism, cryptoism, and all this stuff, and allow this to be a full ecosystem. So,
Facts.
does he want to control free speech? Sure, I believe that's part of his kind of big thing. But don't forget, Elon's a hell of a businessman.
I don't
He
think
is
he
a
wants to
business guy.
control free speech. I think he wants
Oh,
people
no.
to talk whatever shit they want.
No, not control. I mean, allow it. He wants to allow
okay.
for free street and protect it.
Oh, I see.
I was
Control the
like,
positive
control
points. Yeah.
scared the shit out of me when you say that word. I was, whoa.
That's
Oh
like,
no!
yes,
I
I
think
hope
he's
he
the
doesn't
opposite
try
of
and
control. I
fucking-
think he wants to.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I think that's a perk.
This is what I said to
right?
control.
Put it this way: did Elon really buy Twitter $44 billion because he wants to allow free speech to happen, and that's the sole reason? I'm like, it just doesn't, from a business perspective.
I think
it
I
doesn't
think
make much
a good
sense.
part, yes. I think a part of that is yes. And
Yeah,
then no.
part of it, sure.
He
Yeah, I think
created
part
a
of it
way
is
to
yes.
incentivize it. Also, it's not like he's
Because
so dumb that he's like,
think-
this is the only reason. He's gonna
Think
think of
about it.
other reasons to make it more worth it.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Also, because think about it. If he said it himself, he was thinking about creating his own social media platform.
Yeah.
And he could literally have taken that route if it was really for the money or whatever. But he
Well,
said,
in a way, he
"Nah."
got forced to buy Twitter. Right, like he was
'cause if
trying to
would've
back
broke
out of the deal, and they-
contract, he would have
they
lost $2 billion.
Yeah, and they brought him back in. So in the end, he was like, "Fuck it." But I think again, I think there's when you're.
I think it
at
was done on
that
purpose.
level-
I think he did it like that on purpose, though.
You think so?
Yeah, I think
Cause
he
a
did
buzz.
that
Showed all
on
the bad
purpose
bots.
to show what's going on, so people
Get
could
all the
like,
data.
you know,
There's so many bots.
it's on
He was
purpose.
right. They lied to him. That's the thing that I like is he knew they lied and he wasn't afraid to say that they lied.
Right. I
Yeah,
think it was a
you know,
tactical move to do what he did.
It could be.
that
It could
way,
be.
Honestly.
All I'm saying is the question of whether or not it was a good move to buy Twitter or not, as a
Hmm.
big Tesla fan, as an early investor of Tesla like 10 years ago, I was like, yes. However, Tesla's stock price dropped significantly because he took a lot of the earnings, a lot of shareholder money, and used that
Mhm.
for that purchase.
Yeah.
So I'm like, he better pay us back, right? But he
Yeah.
brought in $500 million purchase from Binance. That was part of that purchase. You guys know that, right? Like Binance was part of that buy. So the fact that
Oh, no.
Binance is in there now.
Wait, they
and, like,
are?
he's-
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Check it out. Look
Oh,
into
I
it.
can see the patterns.
Buy
I can see the
BNB.
patterns
That's what I'm
happening.
saying. There's
dude,
like-
dude, wait.
You
Wait.
gotta zoom
That-
out further and look in and go like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know what that
Bitcoin
means?
and Doge.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
No, you know what that means. He's not really gonna need marketing for ads. You know how like he was talking about like Twitter was making its money because of ad and marketing and stuff like that, and they're backing out, pulling, and that's why he's charging $8 to kind of like self-fund Twitter. Dude, if he's bringing in Binance and the sort of crypto, if he's gonna allow transitions to happen on Twitter, that means he could literally take a percentage of that to self-feed the cost of his expense in Twitter.
Absolutely. If
By
he just
adding
does
that,
one
taking a
thing,
little
if he
portion.
just does
A little
one thing,
portion
which is the
of crypto
integration of, let's
transactions.
say, NFTs with crypto transactions, and he makes a percentage on those, you will probably justify that purchase within the first 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, big
And
time.
then again,
You get
and then
7%
everything else is
royalty.
free. Everything else, the network, the data, the communication of cars and satellites, free speech, all those things. So it's a net positive, which is why it's a good investment. It's not just saying
Right.
like, I'm throwing $44 billion at nothing. It's, or for like a cause.
No,
the
he
cause
would
is
never
like,
do that.
yeah, he would never do that. I don't think he would ever do that. So I think again, it's a plus. Of course, I'm all for free speech as well. I'm not against, AOC or any of these other people. I actually really like AOC and some of their stuff. But
Oh, shit,
I think Elon's a freaking smart guy. Someone said it the other day. They said, "What's the biggest conspiracy theory that you think people should prove true?" And Elon Musk responded that I'm an alien and I'm trying to get back home. And I was like, dude.
But that's what I
that
believe.
is so true, man.
totally
Like,
believe
this guy's
that.
nuts.
He is a Martian.
Yeah, he's definitely a Martian. I don't know. So I'm pretty bullish on Elon. I think he's awesome. I think he should be the president of this country, in my personal opinion. People think I'm nuts.
Yeah,
Can't,
no,
though.
I do too.
He's not born here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he could.
Well,
There's always
Maybe some
ways around.
bypass.
There's
some
no
bypass.
buyback, but The Rock is going to be a
Proxies, that's what I'm
president
saying,
one
yeah.
day. The Rock.
He'll be the
Oh, no,
he'll
that
be
shit is
the
whack.
he'll be the soft president, right? He'll be the president, the one controlling communications, the one controlling transport, the one's controlling interplanetary communications, fucking satellites. He
Right.
will essentially hold the power
As
of
long as he's
presidency
not the
without
guy
having to be a
from
president.
Don't Look Up.
Oh,
Oh man, yeah, they were making fun of him. That's not what
I know they
Elon
were, I know.
represents. But like, that's not
Well,
what
it was-
Elon
it
is.
was-
When I
it
think
was
of
also
Elon, I don't think
Bezos.
it's that guy.
It was Bezos as well.
yeah.
No, I
Yeah,
know, but
because
it
Elon
was
doesn't
supposed to be
act like that.
Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk.
It's just this super maniacal kind of villain billionaire, right?
Because
And it's like,
Elon's
that's what they're
not
trying to
greedy
portray.
Yeah.
like that. That's the thing, is they made this dude seem so greedy. It doesn't seem to me his public image is not greedy. I don't know about you guys. What do you think?
No.
I don't know.
To
I don't know
Elon?
enough. I'm not sure. Who
I
the hell
think-
knows?
I don't
But
think
th-
he's
that's-
perceived as greedy.
I think that you need to define what that is, though, because
Yeah.
I can absolutely agree that he is greedy in what is important to him, but that's not always a bad thing.
Like, I
It's
couldn't
just
see
that
him
he
wanting to mine
Won't
an
get-
asteroid
he won't allow
killing Earth.
obstacles to be in the way. No, yeah.
Which
Like,
it could
okay,
come
so
from
maybe
a lot
the
of
better
places.
question is,
Destroy
It
it.
could
do
come
we
from a
think he's
place-
for like Do we
It
think
could
he's
come
for
from a
like
place-
human? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say it could come from a place where he truly feels like he could do it better than others. So he feels like he needs to be the one. Feels like he's the
Yeah.
only one that he can trust himself, and he feels like he
Yeah.
could be the best with the best interests to do it
Yeah.
for the people, knowing because obviously there is bad people and people have power and they could do the wrong shit as we see in the world right now.
Well, he's proven time and time again that he can, right? Like even
Yeah.
just what you look at what he did with SpaceX. Like he literally said, "All right, it was like a few people in a
know.
room. That's all SpaceX was." Right? They only had he didn't have that much money to fund SpaceX. It was more of an idea. And what is the first purchase he does? He hires a couple of really great engineers, puts them in a warehouse with a rocket, buys I think a used rocket from Russia,
Right.
and says, "Take this fucking thing apart and make it more, better." And they reduce 70% of the parts they get rid of, and they reduce it down to 30% of the parts. And now the most expensive part of flying into space, which are those boosters, now come back to Earth and freaking land, and they're
Mhm.
reusable. So he literally
Automatically.
made it so
They look like-
so much more like if there's anyone that proves that capitalism works, it's Elon Musk, because
Yeah.
a private company just did what no government could do like in 100 years. He did it in like 5. Not his team, right?
Mhm.
Obviously he didn't do it, but he's
Right,
also an
right.
engineer. He was behind it as well.
Yeah.
But when you look at that, it's like, holy moly. That's why I say that guy should be president, because I feel like he will fix top line issues that we face as a country that I think
Yeah.
is in all of our vested interest. Whether I like the guy, whether he's a nice guy, whether he kills like little dogs or he's a he kills baby. Like I don't know. I don't know any of those things. He's
Whoa.
a billionaire, and I'll never know that stuff. But I will say,
why do you kill little dogs? What the hell, man?
you know what I'm getting at. Like, I don't know if he's a bad
Yeah.
guy. I don't know if he's a bad guy. Like Steve Jobs. Like I really love Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was kind of like a piece of shit when you look at when you
He
read his
was a piece of
biography.
shit, yeah.
Even on his deathbed, he kind of admitted he was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So
Bro,
I don't know. Great people sometimes, unfortunately, have like the other side to them that is like they've
But
given
is
up
that-
on.
But is that what makes them be great in a way?
I think so.
Well, they
It's a quirk.
can't be everything, and so there are sacrifices in one of those.
Yeah,
things.
they gave up on the other part.
the
They gave up on
niceties
the-
and the social niceties that we all normies have. They don't got time for. They don't
No.
got time for that shit.
No, and that's why the question of whether he's greedy. I think he's proven time and time again. To him, money is not the way anyone really looks at money.
exactly.
It's just a vehicle. It's just a tool.
It's just a
to-
vehicle, and
to
if he lives in
further-
like a tuna can to make that dream happen, I think he'll prove that he can.
Exactly.
He can own everything, and he doesn't have to own anything. When you get to that point in life, I think it's quite clear. That said, he has his own agenda, and I think
Yeah.
you do have to consider the social agenda, right? So again, the
Mhm.
topic of free speech. I mean, this is going to get really fucking political now, I'm sure.
Go
If
for
someone
it, 'cause
goes on-
we're talking about Russia, North Korea.
Hold on, before
and
you
China.
before you go that, I feel like the reason why people love Trump is because he walked in and he's a boss. That motherfucker doesn't act very presidential, but he's a motherfucking boss. We want, as the United States, an actual CEO to be running the country. Donald Trump was a CEO. He might have not been the best one, but if we get a better actual CEO to be president,
Elon
I feel
Musk,
like we could run this country
Right.
a lot better. Exactly, like Elon Musk, someone who is a capitalist, who is a businessman, but also isn't Trump. Right?
Yeah.
It's a very easy thing to find if we really wanted to.
Come on, bro. Trump was whether you like Trump or you don't, you have to look at the history of Trump and look at his early time in New York and what he did in development cycles and how he was taking out loans, defaulting on those loans, bringing his multiple companies on the brink of bankruptcy multiple times and hiding stuff. And Trump is a modern day criminal. Like, whether you love him or you don't, but from a business perspective, a lot of people have gone to jail for the shit that Trump did. And what made him unique is that he managed to kind of skirt around that stuff and managed to get to the loopholes. And so all the credit to him. And I think that's why when you ask the average person whether Trump's a good business person, they're like, yeah, he's great. But no one really understands the inner workings of his business or where his finances. This is why he won't disclose his fucking taxes. Ask Elon to disclose his taxes. He probably already has.
Right.
Sure.
Whether you like Trump or don't, I like certain aspects of Trump.
Exactly.
I grew up in New York.
We like
time.
that aspect, and that's what America needs with that aspect. Is a CEO that Trump has. He's just not a good one.
I grew up in New York in the 80s, right? Or like late 80s. It was like Trump Tower. Trump represented a sort of beacon for a time in New York when New York was going through some shit. Like in the early 80s or like mid 80s, New York was going through crime. So you had people like Trump representing sort of a new hope for New York. And so he became kind of a hero. This is why he's mentioned in hip hop multiple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
But does he really love or does he really care about social injustice and like all the shit things that are happening in the world and like in New York at that time and stuff like that? I personally don't think so. You know, I think, and maybe it's just part of the rhetoric and maybe it's part of the drama, the TV aspect of it that Trump is, right, and represents. But I personally, the guy scares the shit out of me. Someone like that running the country scares the shit out of me with nuclear arms at his disposal. I'm like, fuck.
No,
Again, I'd rather give
it's
it.
scarier now. The person running in now that he doesn't even know where the button is at. He might press it by accident.
Right.
Maybe. I
That's
also don't
scary
really
to
feel
me.
much about
It's
Biden.
scarier to me.
The compromise is not a good compromise. It's like we went from a CEO that whoever you might not think he's a good one or whatever to a dead guy. Like there's no in between. Can't we? That's the thing is this two-party system will never let us find an in between. It's either one extreme to the other, and we're just gonna bounce back and forth continuously until we figure out a way to get an actual third party.
Is it the party? Yeah, I sort of agree with you as well. I kind of think that
That's what we need.
the two-party system is a little
The
old
two
school.
party until you can actually get the parties out of it and just vote for the actual candidate. They should make candidates not claim their fucking party. How about that?
Yeah,
You can have that shit in your mind and be secret and
You're
be
not
like,
allowed to
haha,
say it.
got you. We're Republicans now, motherfuckers. But you like every one of my fucking issues, right? Why can't we do that? Because it would be too easy.
I just want to see younger presidents. I think there should be a cap.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you're older than like 65,
Yeah.
like get the fuck out of here. You go into like the secretarial department. You can do talks and mentor
depends
younger
too, bro.
politicians, but
Like The Rock is almost
Country.
60. The Rock is fucking in the prime of his health. With the modern medicine, you're gonna be living
is he
to
almost 60?
150.
God, that guy's impressive, man.
You're gonna be
nuts.
living till like 150 now. I'm telling you. I've been researching and learning
But
about
the
this.
age. The reason I
150
say
is coming.
age. Yeah, the reason I
And
say age
it's
is
going
you're-
to be healthy
Just
till
don't want
over
to.
100, like doing shit, lifting
too
weights
long.
till over 100.
you're not representative. The reason I say age, it's not because, as you said, Biden doesn't know where the buttons are. I mean, yeah, there's that aspect to
the
it too.
disconnect.
It's the disconnect from what matters to the generation that's fucking matters. Like if you're 50 and above, like the decisions you make right now, by the time they actually take hold and begin to impact society, you will be long gone.
Bro, there's
But a
more 25-year-olds
25-year-old
in the world
politician,
than 5-year-olds, though. Like, this U.S. is filled with old people.
Okay, but that'll change in 20 years.
Yes, it will. It will.
world's
But
gonna
right now,
change
the
drastically in 20
representative
years.
people are actually just old. Like, if you got rid of the old people, we'd have no population because kids my age aren't having kids.
Logan's Run.
Wait, like Elon's right again. We're on for a population decline.
Yeah,
So,
he's
like,
right again on that.
We're going to be having a
We
bunch
are.
of old people.
That's why
running
we
the
can't have old
country.
people making decisions for us. If we're gonna be young people running,
But they're the
put
majority.
a
is what I'm
40-year-old in
saying.
office. Really?
Put a 40. Yeah, I agree. Put a 40-year-old in the office.
Yeah, because
Put a
that's their prime.
40-year-old.
Usually 40s on their prime for a man.
I actually think that the party divide, the line, if you really go down to the core issues, I actually think the two parties have a lot more in common than
Yes,
it really
they
seems.
do.
Like a lot more. They care about the very similar things. I've noticed like topics, like I've talked to people that are extreme sort of on both sides, and they're like, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind that. And suddenly I'm like, well, okay, clearly we're like being pitted up against each other.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But the age
It's
thing to me is the one that I'm like, dude.
But
like,
ageism isn't a thing. It's a mental state, bro. There's some 7-year-olds that act better than a 40-year-old. It's not about the age. It's about your mind. Like,
It
if there's
is.
an 84-year-old that's fucking so wise and like on it, I'm not gonna care if they're 80. If they're really like smart, intelligent, can speak their mind, can reason with people, I want them to lead.
Yeah, and that's
I
where
don't know.
being connected to the universe comes
I
into
don't know.
play.
Yeah.
Somebody that's so detached and so far from humanity, the symptoms, the logic, is not going to perform better than a person that is grounded, is present in the moment, in the now, and then knows how to understand the energy of what's going around, what's being said, and he could make a shift with that. That's the big problems going on. The leaders that are taking the lead, they're not connected to life. They're not attached to the source of energy of the
Yeah.
people, the world. They're so detached and far gone.
You said like ageism doesn't matter, right? Did you guys hear the grilling of Zuckerberg from the U.S. committee or whatever? Like
Yeah.
basically government when
Yeah,
they were
they had to
grilling
have
him about
everything
like
explained
monopolies.
before they could even ask.
Did
Did you hear these fucking questions? I mean, I'm sorry to curse. I
Yeah.
hate cursing, but
No,
it's the questions were like,
Worth it though. in
well,
this one.
so how do you? So when you're posting something, how are you making your money, Zuck? And he's like, well, our business model is through advertisement. He's like, yeah, but how do you actually make your money? It's like advertisement. It's like a very old school
Right.
TV,
Yeah.
radios. They're all
Right,
built in the
right.
same business model. We're just the same. And they were so confused about these things. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
like on one side, ageism, I agree. Look, I'm not saying get rid of old people. I think old people are very important because they're going to be able to really bring experience and history back into a situation so we don't repeat it again. But to have them be the decision makers when they don't have all the clear parameters in front of them, being in such a fast changing world, I'm like, whoa. Like
Yeah.
Biden doesn't think about AI the same way Elon Musk does.
Dude, can't
Right,
even
right.
read
Elon
it.
Musk is like screaming, like, guys, fucking AI is gonna take over. It's gonna be more
Right.
dangerous than
Right.
nuclear warfare. Trust me.
Yeah.
And they're like, let's just keep having our old fights with China and Russia. And we keep having these
Yeah.
old fights. And meanwhile, some like, crazy maniacs in his garage developing an AI thing that's about to make a robot be much smarter than
Yeah.
fucking like 80% of the
And it's Iron
population.
Man 2.
And then we're you know what I'm saying?
Iron Man.
So I just think there's a lot to it, man. I think look personally, me here are the qualities I'd love to see in a president: very well traveled, having experience all over the world, cultured, like not just a
Cultured.
one-sided view of the world, because the world today is flat. It's no longer the world that it was 100 years ago. Information travels so fast. The decision we make today impacts someone in an hour in the other side of the world.
A second.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like literally, it's so we're already just the variables have changed so quickly that I'm like, that to me seems to be a great quality. Another one to be, I think age is important. Fine, if you're gonna be an 80-year-old person who's on it and all those things, cool. But how? Come on, let's look at the data. How many 80-year-olds are on it when it comes to this information?
That's
Not
very,
much,
very,
not
very.
much.
Yeah.
But when you're 80, you might be on it. That's the thing. It's like
Yeah.
I don't think.
And
Will
And as a boss, as a person who runs a company, right? This is where I would say, and you guys are talking about like CEO, Elon.
I'd rather say
Trump.
leader.
Trump is a boss, right? A good boss or a good leader for an organization understands, if they're really good for an organization, they understand that their time in that position is limited. And so they're building up the next leadership group behind them, knowing that they're going to phase out. So actually, they will not keep the reign of power, specifically because they know that they have to hand over the baton. We live in our political system. Seems like, I mean, look at like Pelosi and these people. Like these people want to be. They're like Schumer. All the. I mean, not Schumer. I'm talking about Democrats here, but look at the Republicans as well. It's all dinosaurs that have been in office for like 40 years,
hilarious.
50 years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't care about Democrat or Republican, Libertarian. I personally really loved Bernie Sanders. That was just my personal opinion. I love the guy. I thought he would have been really interesting for this country from a social perspective. I don't know what he would have done economically. He probably would have ran us into the ground. Maybe. I don't fucking know. I don't know enough.
I think
about
it would have ran
economy
us to the
that way.
ground.
Probably. But maybe something else would have happened. I think in the end, regardless of what we want to believe, we're running into the ground regardless of who's president. And that's because you're looking, you got to look at the global perspective of outside variables.
Yes, but honestly,
it doesn't matter.
to be honest, from what I've noticed, the last 4 or 5 years were a lot better than what it is the last 1.5. To be honest,
of what?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Trump's
how the
reign
country's
was
being
better
run.
than Biden's reign, but there's a lot of things that happened
Bro,
during Biden.
Things were cheaper.
that
Things
Trump
were
didn't
better.
have to worry about. COVID
There was
happened,
no
it destroyed
war.
the world.
There was no war. Russia
Guys,
wasn't
but
doing the
that's
shit
not-
to Ukraine. North Korea
it's not
wasn't
the
sending
way-
rockets over Japan and South Korea. China wasn't looking to take Taiwan, but now they all feel emboldened to take over these places. Why now instead of before?
So you're saying
you
you,
gotta ask
think
these
that those
questions.
countries are less scared of Biden than they were of Trump? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel that.
But let
and
me
I
ask
feel
you a
like
question.
There might be
Is that a
intertwined
feeling?
into
Is that
this
an opinion, or is that a fact?
Of which part?
That these other countries are less scared of Biden than they were of the Trump administration.
All you got to do is just look at their action. Why now then? Just look at their action. Why didn't they do it 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 6 years ago? Why now?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was fear. I think Trump. I mean, come on. Trump was the first president to like walk over the North
Yeah.
Korean border.
And that's
So I think he was really bold in that he really, how do I say? He really cracked the mold in terms of like systems that were in place.
Yep.
I really like that I really enjoyed that about Trump. I was like, you know what? He's doing something that a younger person would do. They'd be like, wait a minute, why are these things
did.
even like? I'm going there. I'm just gonna fly and have the conversation with them.
He broke.
However, from an economic standpoint, we need an economist right here, like next to us, to be able to confirm
Yeah.
this. Economic cycles.
I gotta go.
You Addy?
I see you, Gil.
It's been great.
All right,
Take it
Gil.
easy, bro.
Thanks for
Good
joining
talking,
us.
bro.
See ya.
Economic cycles, they happen just like that in cycles, right? So Trump's reign, everything was cheap. Do you know how much of that was as a response or actually due to Obama's time in office? Do you know that when Obama took over office, the economy was in shits? And do you know who was before that? Bush.
Yeah, Bush.
Bush ran the economy to the ground. No one ever really
he did.
talks. None of the Republican side talks about how actually during Obama's time, like we fucking flew really quick and really like he really fixed the economy. Trump stepped into office with a very clean, cool, awesome economy. Trump's hardest
Yeah,
challenge was
he
COVID,
did.
right? Because that was like fucking fuck the world.
And that
But
was
what
the
most
end.
people, what most people don't realize is when COVID happened, what do you think that like the economy caught up like within a day? No, the economy takes years to catch up. That's why we're experiencing inflation today. The number one cause for inflation today is corporate buyback programs, like corporations charging more because their supply chains got more complicated. That's all the result of actions that happened in the last 2 years. This had nothing to do with Biden. Like nothing. I agree.
Yeah, it
The
was
Biden
COVID.
agenda and the Democrat agenda will be more social, and they'll probably put more like we're going to take our student loans, and that's going to cost trillions of dollars and stuff like that. I agree. This is where it starts to get tricky. But to say that Biden is causing the economy to crash and that and that Trump made it go high, like then you're really like we're not really looking at how economy works. We're just looking at feelings, which is why I was asking: is it a fact or is it an opinion?
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see. But I feel like I don't know.
I'm
There's
gonna go to this
it's
side
what-
with you.
It's way. I feel like it's
All right, guys.
in
I
between
actually have
both.
I have to go.
You're jetting too?
You gotta go.
Yeah. It was good talking, y'all. This was fun.
All right, cool,
Take it easy,
cool.
bro.
Take it easy, man.
There, people just dropping one by one.
Yeah.
No, but like I was gonna say, it really,
See you.
like honestly, there is certain things that we could look at, right? Like certain things that Biden did right when he walked into office, were like what 43 consecutive orders, removing certain things that were in place to make things better that did affect the economy of what it is now. You know, and I'm sure, yeah, COVID did, you know,
Like
have
what?
a ding there, but could it be as bad?
Here's what I'll tell you is I don't know enough to really say I have a solid, from an educated standpoint. I feel like I know just enough to be able to have a conversation, but to truly have a valid opinion, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't, all I can tell you is like the things that I just mentioned about economy. It took me a long time to really learn that, how economic cycles happen in years. It's not like what we think it is. And I think people, whether it's media or people or branding, they use it to their advantage. So it's very easy to say, like right now, shit's in shambles, right? But if Biden starts actually putting things into practice and the economy starts to go up and then the next president's a Republican, they're going to go, well, it's because they're Republican. That's why it went up. It's like, well, there are a lot of factors in there. And I think this is where the rhetoric needs to stop. And like, let's talk about facts. Let's stop talking about, just shit throwing at each other. Let's talk about these facts. And I think my personal opinion is that younger people will do that. They'll do what Elon did. He'll say, let's just cut out all the fat. Let's focus on the meat because we're like really struggling right now. And
Right,
I don't
right.
know,
Pointing
maybe
fingers,
what I'm
focus on
saying.
the issue.
Yeah, exactly. Focus on the issue and like, let's try to fix it rather than saying, how am I going to ensure the next 20 years of my life in this position where I'm continuing to make lobby dollars from people and I have my own family's vested interest, not humanity's vested interest. I just don't think we have a government right now that really seems to be like on that page. It's not everyone. Obviously, there are people who are like that, but that's why, we talked about like AOC before. I personally like AOC. I think she's young. I think she's vibrant. I think bro, have you heard her like political discourse and what she talks about? I've heard many Republicans going, damn, that girl really knows her shit. Like she studied economy, right? And I've watched people, even Trump praise AOC. Trump fucking praised AOC. Was like, yo, this girl's like, she is a force to be reckoned with. Mark my word right now, I think she at some point will be running for president of this country. That's my personal opinion.
Interesting.
Why do you dislike her?
The whole Green New Deal, just like there's certain aspects to things that don't make sense. That, like,
Why
it
don't
just,
you like
it
the
just
Green
put
New
us in
Deal?
the way of reconstructing, rebuilding buildings, like the way they want to just kind of like eliminate certain functions that are key to us right now that we need to function. She wants to remove
Right.
it, like
oil
and put in
production,
place.
coal, things like that.
Yeah.
Well,
Just there's certain things. There has to be like a middle ground to it, and like from what I see from her, it seems like extreme compared to other ones. It just seems like most people right now are extreme when it comes to
Yeah.
politics. It's either one
Yeah.
side or the other side. It's like,
Yeah.
why can't you just take the best things of both sides and meet in the middle and do things that make sense, things that are logical and factual that will better human civilization? Because first off, that's their job. That's why we pay our tax dollars
right.
for that. That's their
Right.
supposed to be their role, you know. But
think people are
I
too greedy
honestly
for that.
like.
Yeah,
Huh?
I agree.
I think people are too greedy for that. Like, if we lived in a perfect world, sure, where everyone had good motives, but not everyone has good motives.
Yeah, that's shitty.
And it's hard to have good motives. How can we, like, for instance, do you guys agree that we should allow politicians to get money, like lobbying money from like private parties? Or that if it happens, that it shouldn't be listed publicly, so we understand, like, oh, that person got a $500,000 contribution from a pharma company that has their own vested interest that has nothing to do with the political. Like, these are the things that to me I'm like, what? I don't understand why that's even possible. It seems illegal. In many countries they call that corruption.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what
That's
the hell are
true.
we doing here? It's insane. So you mentioned the $58 sweater from AOC. Like, I personally don't think, looking at her lifestyle and what she stands for, I don't think she's aligning her money with corporate profits. I guarantee a lot of those funds are being used in ways, I don't know, maybe it is to just fund her in her life. I'm not really sure. But how can
I
you
know
be
she
on the
says
side
for
of
charity.
how can you be on the side of capitalism and then not a capitalist product? It's like, what? Like, more power to her. You want to sell that for $300? Sell it. If people are going to buy it, your brand, you've put so much time in building your brand. Great. That's fine. The question is her values. Are her values going to be the type of values that she's going to take that money and cause like crime? I would say, I don't trust Trump. I would trust her a bit more. I agree. The Green New Deal, all socialist, kind of left, very left leaning kind of things could be, I think, dangerous when you look at the overall picture of economy and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But I do think she has her finger on the pulse when it comes to what matters to the youth more. And what matters to the youth is like, is this world going to go to the shit? And, you know, I know that the right side of the argument is, well, the world's already been going shit for years. Obviously, capitalism didn't cause asteroids to hit the planet when the dinosaurs were killed. So there's a natural order to things. And that's generally like the argument, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's fine. But are you saying that us overfishing the ocean or us sucking out fossil fuels at a pace that's putting like holes in the ozone isn't like a contributor? This is where I get really upset with the right side of the argument. So they're like, no, that's not because of humans. I'm like, dude, I can't trust you anymore. Like, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
Like,
too much of anything is bad.
That. The
Too
youth
much
is
of
like,
anything is
nah,
bad.
fuck that.
Yeah, too much of anything is bad, especially when it comes to Mother Nature. I feel like as humans, one of our roles is to take care of Earth, to love Earth, to
So,
nurture
and yet
Earth,
you
not
don't
to
support
just
the Green New Deal.
take. Yeah, because it depends, man. If it's a different version of it, if Elon Musk comes in and he does a much more like sensible Green New Deal, because that from what I've seen in that Green New Deal, I can't really remember the things on the top of my head, but some things when I was scanning through, it was like, what the fuck? No, that's going to cost more tax money, payer dollars. That's going to be harder for us in the economy. This and this and this and that, and then the way that it's going to be set up, it's just going to seem very like socialism. I don't want that.
So,
Like,
okay, I think you just touched on a very important point. You're obviously very anti-socialist. Socialism. What's your background? What's your makeup? Where are your parents, grandparents from? Like, what's your
The Dominican Republic,
okay
the
DR.
islands, and
So do you have like a very negative view towards like communism, socialism?
from what I've seen and heard, and from people that came from communism,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
Because
Cuba.
you're in Florida. I'm in Florida too right now. It's like I'm like in little Cuba right now, basically. And when I talk to most Cubans, they're like, fuck communism, fuck socialism, you know, and they have a very particular view on those things.
Yeah.
And
Which is
I'm not,
understandable.
and I don't disagree with them. Like, you look at the average Cuban person and how they're living today, and you're like, it clearly didn't work, right? And I think you can see merits. I think someone gave the example of India. They said India had gone like many years, like hundreds of years, in like 90% extreme poverty. And the moment they implemented a couple of capitalist systems into the country, like within 5 years, that dropped down to like 20% poverty rate.
Wow.
So like, clearly capitalism helped to take them out of poverty. We talked about China last time. China, I think, went through the same thing. So I just think it's never one or. It's both, right?
It's a mix.
It's a mix. And I think the whole thing with socialism, like, let's put communism to the side for a second, because I think that's such a packed word. And socialism too. I think people, they talk about socialism and it's like they give me the Fox News version of socialism. Socialism, in its very form, inherently has built into the idea of society. That means and it's different from, let's say, a capitalist society, because capitalist society values capital more than anything. Socialism values society more than anything. It's just different priorities, right?
Mhm.
Firefighters are a socialist idea.
Hmm.
You know that, right? Like, our taxpayer pays, we pay for firefighters.
Mhm.
That's a socialist idea.
Yep.
So much of the American systems, the way you get your trash taken out, the way the street cleaners happen, like the things that make this country what are so beautiful, are paid for by tax dollars. Those are technically, by your definition, a socialist system. So this is where I go like, I don't want to let some outside person influence my view on what is they think socialism is, because they went through like a regime change, and their great grandfather, who was one time wealthy and a landowner, ended up getting fucking pushed out of the land because he was, taking advantage of the local people. Look at, my wife's from Puerto Rico. I know the story very well that's happened over there. Cuba, the same story. No one talks about Batista and how he was actually there first, and there was still a lot of poverty, and there were very wealthy individuals in Cuba, and they were more making an island for foreigners, us Americans, and the mob and government to come and buy hotels and exploit locals. That's what Fidel Castro, that's what Che Guevara, that's what these guys were fighting against. That's what that revolution was all about. So that was a dictatorship. That was actually, Batista overthrew the previous government. Those people don't talk about that. So when you're like having a conversation and you're not talking about all the history, that's when I'm like, you're one-sided. And because of that, you're biased. And it's really hard to have that conversation. I'm trying my best to look at both sides and go like, I agree. I think there haven't really been many examples in modern day society of successful communist countries. And so for that reason, fine, let's put it off to the side. I think we're talking about isms, communism, socialism, capitalism. Why stop there? Why can't there be more isms? There's going to be technology-ism, solar-ism. There's going to be meta-ism. There's going to be all kinds of isms in the future. Right. These are just ideals that dictate how society lives and makes decisions. So don't throw them all out. Put them on the table and see what works, see what doesn't work, and let's say, okay, let's have conversations about these things. The Green New Deal, sure, maybe it was packed with a couple of things that were not so like wise economically, but ultimately in the end, that was a bill that I think was put together. Bernie Sanders is one of the big proponents behind it, right? Because the question was, are we deteriorating the world and its resources, and what is this going to mean for people in 100 years from now? If we continue at the pace that we're doing right now, what does this mean for that? And so if you have to make a huge investment up front to be able to safeguard that future for those people, well, that's what Facebook's doing right now. They just invested billions of dollars into this thing, knowing that it's going to take a temporary hit. For the long term, it's going to probably tenfold. It's the same thing. So why are we like okay when Facebook does it, but we're not okay when like American society has to do it for the sake of nature, Mother Nature, as you just said, for the sake of like putting solar panels and having grids that are resilient, and we're not sitting there stuck on some like person's corporate decision making that is based on profits, that has no care for me, you, or anyone else. It's just the corporate lining of like their dollars in their shareholders' pockets. So I don't know. I'm sorry, I went off on a little rant here, but yeah, this is like an important topic to me. I've been talking about it for years. My nephews are Cuban. My brother-in-law, like this has been a topic that I get into like daily down here.
Yeah, it's very interesting, man, because both sides have their extreme and bad and good. And like the thing in modern age, right? The time we're living now, I feel like it's very important to, like you said, look at both sides and take what is valuable, what makes sense, and kind of create a new path, do something new.
Yep.
And create a whole new movement, because clearly if you're in the too far right believe or in the too far left believe, it just doesn't fucking work. People don't want it. Honestly, people just want to live freely.
Yep.
That's why I do consider myself a libertarian. I believe more in people. I believe more in civilization and humankind. That's what I believe.
Both parties.
I put them first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't believe in
you can't get it right with just one party. It's a mix of both.
Yeah, literally. Just like I don't really believe too far right, too far left. It's like, nah, like you gotta think beyond, you gotta think different. You gotta really think different. If you really wanna decode the life and have a better life for now and the future, you gotta decode every factor there is that we know that is good and that is terrible, and take out the terrible and take the good and put newer things that is gonna evolve for the better. So I think it's important to think very differently, logically, and forward. And I feel like not much of that is happening when it comes to the politics.
Yeah.
And these leaders and shit.
Well, it's the variables are so locked in place.
Yeah.
Right. They're like the variables are like 100-year-old variables. Those variables are very quickly becoming very redundant. They don't matter anymore. There's new variables at play here. There's a new, how do you say, there's new interests, and I think until those old interests are out the door, we can't really have those conversations. So whether it's
Agreed.
whether it's both parties or like unifying, I mean, that would be great. That sounds pretty awesome. At the same time, it's very clear, it's very important to say, like, there's toxicity in both parties.
Mhm.
And both of
Absolutely.
and all the toxicity, most of it is fueled by either ideals that were taught based on variables that didn't matter at the time. Like, I'm talking about, we're raised by parents that believed in like racism, or like that supported slavery as an example,
Mhm.
right? Like, and then the other side of it, which is like, we don't care about economy, we just want to like let all the immigrants through the border, and you know what I mean, and like fucking make
Mhm.
everything free for everyone. And so you have these two extremes based on variables that were brought by their parents and grandparents and the way they lived, and blah
Yep.
blah blah. And
Yep.
so
Right.
I think it's, what I would be great is to have people that come in and say, like, we're going to treat this more like there's a problem for problem. What is society, instead of like voting on the person, it's what does society think are the most important problems and priorities? And then once we have, let's just say 10 of those, right? At the top of the list is this, and then at the bottom of the list is this. Finding candidates, people, not parties, that will actually come up with solutions for those. And that's what they pitch, and that's how we vote on who solves those problems.
Yep.
We don't even know what our priorities are as a society. We don't. And if you look at, we've talked about China last time. China, the thing that they do, they just had it the other day, where they have their what is it called, like a 5-year plan. They get together, all the countries' leaders get together, and they sit down and they redetermine what the next 5-year priorities are.
Mhm.
And everything goes in that direction. And I'm talking like, they're really simple. They're not like, you would think they're very complex. They're not. They spent the last 50 years trying to solve hunger. That was it. That was the priority. How do we make more people in our country not be hungry because people were suffering from hunger? Once they solved that problem, they said, okay, now that people are mostly fed and we have very few people that are hungry, now what's the next thing? Housing. We need to make sure everyone has safe housing. Okay. Then they spent the next 5 years solving that problem. Okay. Once they solve that, now it's education. Okay. And then it's education. Now they're on this whole new, now it's like on a whole different series of topics that have to do with economy and globalism and who they're going to ally with and things like that. I'm not sure what the last 5 years or the last meeting determined are the next priorities. But when you look at it like that, it's so pragmatic that I'm like, man, here we are fighting about whether, like, you shouldn't be socialist. Fuck socialism. Oh, but my brother's in the union and a firefighter, so like he's okay. It's like, well, you do realize that is socialism, and you don't even know how to define socialism. You're like, it's like Babel in the Bible. We're having conversations based on blah, like nothing.
Mhm.
Let's figure out
That's
what
true.
matters and let's go from there.
We're
And
fighting
I don't-
about
what do you-
colors
what is-
instead of discussing actual issues.
Right,
exactly.
right.
Like, what are the real issues? I don't know what if you had all Americans vote on the top issues today, I think a lot of people get a lot of their stuff from media, obviously.
Yeah.
But what is it? What matters to you? Like, to you, what are the maybe 2 or the 3 most important issues in society today, or at least for this country?
Like issues that we have?
Not issues that we have, but like, let's put it this way. If you were going to be the leader for the next 10 years of this country, you're like, all right, you can only focus on like 2 or 3 topics. What are they going to be?
To fix, right?
What?
To fix, right? Issues to fix. If I was going to
Yeah, like exactly. Whether maybe it's issue, maybe they're not issues. Maybe they're things that are good, and you're like, I want to maintain that, and keep that in place. It's just what would be personally to you your top priorities, or what do you think is most important?
I'll fix division. I'll try to bring people together because
Okay, so social structures.
yeah, because I feel like as people we're on this planet for a reason, and I feel like one of our purpose is to expand, to live life and be adventurous, right? I think we're meant to be thinking about exploration, going to outer space, exploring different worlds, getting our best intelligence and our technologies together from all countries to exceed and explore and adventure the universe. Because I feel the more we explore the universe, the more we explore even our own planet, the more we'll know about humankind and where we come from.
Yep.
And the stronger we will be together. The
Right.
happier, more social, we'll be at ease, where life will just be an adventure. Because that's what life is. That's why there's a beginning and an end. Because life is an
Okay.
adventure.
Okay, so division.
So I'll focus on
You
that.
try to see how you can bring unification.
Yeah,
Okay.
unification.
And what's another thing that you think would be like essential? It's really important for us as a society to focus on.
To focus on is mental awareness, mental health.
Okay.
To people to
So
to
you'd
push
be really
people to
focused
grow.
on people. You really
Yeah,
focus on
libertarian.
people, right?
Literally.
Okay. And then maybe a third one. I know it's gone. Second stretch. I'm
Third
just
one
trying to-
is. Third one would be. It's a tricky one.
There's no
I've
really
won.
right, wrong, or answer. I'm just curious. And like, if we're three of us, we come from different parts of the world, different upbringings. I'm sure. What is kind of like? Are there some commonalities in our priorities and how we think? You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you don't have a third one, that's fine. We can also go back. Flex.
No,
don't
I
know if
can't
you-
think of it.
Okay.
Improving quality of life overall, but especially for lower income communities.
Okay. That's a pretty awesome. So that's like a top priority. All right. Maybe
Yeah,
one or two
top.
more.
Completely top.
Mhm.
I definitely agree about solving the whole division thing, because we're too focused on fighting each other rather than tackling issues. that need to
And
be
we're just
solved.
wasting our time doing that. That's all we're doing.
Yeah.
Just
And
wasting our time in
then
life.
Renewable energy, I think, is
Yeah.
incredibly important.
Oh, shit. My bad.
So
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that.
Make sure you do it. So renewable energy. So that's like more interest in nature, because what you're saying is like, what is it that you're saying, that energy needs to be cheaper because it's just too expensive, or that we need to be maybe better for our planet, or like what's the real?
It should be
We
free.
need to find better sources of energy, I would say.
Yeah. So, okay. So for me, like, yeah, I would agree. I think it's nature is a really important one, because if nature falls, like if we suddenly start having like the planet breakdown, more hurricanes, more earthquakes, like asteroids hitting Earth, all this kind of stuff, ozone's opening up, and as a result, the temperature's 200 degrees outside. People don't matter anymore. Like the dinosaurs will just become extinct. So I think nature to me is like a top priority, right? Like unless we start to
Right.
figure out how to solve that issue, like nothing else really matters. So that's like a top line issue. I think one of the other things is how to solve, I think, global poverty. There's too many people living really great and too many people living too shitty. And I think that
absolutely.
causes a lot of the mental health issues, the division. I don't think division, people often say like, oh, it's left or right or black or white and blah, blah. And it's like, no, mostly it's socioeconomic. It's like poor and rich. That's always been the problem in this world, right? And it's will always continue to be the problem. So I think that's a big one. And I don't know, let's just say it's those two. Okay, maybe those are the top two priorities I'd focus on. I'll just give you an example. When Elon Musk, going back to the topic of that guy, when they asked him what was your kind of like, I mean, come on, he's been so effective at what he's done. Why was it that he was so effective? And so they asked him like, what was the secret formula? Like, there must be something, right? Was it something you were taught by your parents? Like, what exactly was it? And it was like, the answer was very simple. It was, he sat down for like a moment and just asked himself, what are going to be the most important topics for human beings to solve in the next like 50 to 100 years or whatever the time was, right? What are going to be the things that are going to impact us the most? And at the top of the list was, or some of the things on the list was how we, like energy. It was just energy. How we utilize energy, period. So that's why he's really big into solar, and he's really big into looking at, like, I mean, the name of his company is Tesla, right? Which is not Edison. It was looking at different ways of getting free energy, right? So energy was another thing. Another thing was interplanetary space travel. And so why? Because that was going to solve a lot of the crises. Like right now we're running out of resources. We don't know where to put our trash. This causes a lot of the degradation of planet Earth. And so if we can figure out ways of like bringing all that shit to Mars and taking some of the minerals from Mars and bringing all that stuff back here, and suddenly we have like so many abundant minerals that it solves poverty, it solves like all these other issues. Okay, cool. And I don't remember what the other one was. Maybe it was around money. I'm not sure. But you start to see a trend here, right? Thinking pragmatically and asking yourself, like, what and why am I trying to do what I'm doing is super fucking important.
Yeah.
We've identified between the three of us is that we really care about people, we really care about nature, and we have a couple of ideas how we think those things are impact. So if the three of us think that, there's probably a very good chance that 50% of the country believes the same thing, maybe 60 or 70%, maybe 80 or 90%.
I think it might be, honestly, it might be 70 to 80%. To be honest.
It may, and that's what
To
I'm
be
saying.
honest.
So suddenly,
Yeah.
it's really high, and so suddenly, how do you then, if that is the case, everything else, as a CEO of a business, anything else that comes to the board table is for another time and another place. It's not for right now. This is our top issues that we got to deal with. And so I think what we do really good as a society is we tend to get distracted so easily with all this fluff that doesn't really matter, doesn't impact the bottom line. What is the bottom line?
Yep.
What is the bottom line? It's people, it's safety. It's very primordial, like super primal fucking like issues. Issues that we've been trying to figure out forever.
Really basic issues.
Really basic. So get some smart people that are really good at those things. Get the top people that know energy. Like, forget if they're socialist or capitalist or tall or short or rich or poor. Like, forget all that stuff. Get the smartest people on those problems. You know where they are? They're in academia. They're at Harvard. They're at Stanford. They're probably in some
or they're hiding in plain sight. They might be
or
hiding
here,
in plain sight.
Get all those people in a room. That should be one branch of government. Have those people solving that problem. Right? Social issues, how we work with other countries. Half the reason that we're at war with all these other countries is because we just have difference in those issues. It's these core issues that we have differences, and we end up making it so much about like, oh, Taiwan and territory. Why the hell do we care about Taiwan? Because of a vested, it's chips that were determined of variables that were set forth by our forefathers, not us.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at. They're old variables that don't matter anymore. We should be caring about like real problems. Forget Taiwan.
Issues.
Yeah, like forget Taiwan.
But,
I mean, I know it's like maybe I don't know dick about anything when it comes to like.
But what happens?
And,
but like, so who's gonna protect the little guy from the bullies? Knowing that there's bullies that want to take over Taiwan. That's kind of like when America tries to play like the hero, right?
Yeah, aren't
the
we
bullies?
the biggest bully of them all?
Yeah, half
Come on,
yes
bro.
and half no.
Do you know what we did in Central America? You know what we did in Guatemala? You know what we did in Salvador? You know what we did in Mexico? You know what we did in Colombia, Argentina, Brazil? You know what the CIA did there? All the coups that were run in Cuba. Bro, how are we going to sit there and say they're the bullies now? That's a land that's close. That's their problem. It's just not our problem. It's not our problem. And I mean, I don't know. I could see from a tactical standpoint that it's very nerve-wracking if China gets into that territory. Now they suddenly have access to the entire South Pacific region, right? Like Indonesia, Thailand, all these other regions. But again, it's like we're doing the same thing that we just said we weren't going to do. We're not focusing on the core matters, the core issues. We're focusing on issues that maybe they are important, and maybe we'll have to get to that point at some point. But the reality is, I think if China wants to move in on Taiwan, there isn't going to be shit we can do about it. They're going to do it. And like, what are we going to go to nuclear warfare because of it? Well, then everything's gone. It's a zero-sum game. Once like nukes go in the air, we're fucked. Everyone's fucked. There's nothing else matters.
And that's what's
Nothing
been going
matters.
around a lot. It's crazy.
Yeah. So like, until we solve it, I think this is why I kind of at least was like enthusiastic about Trump breaking down red line in terms of having communications with leaders that we historically wouldn't have conversations with. I was like, that's kind of cool, because if we're able to sit down and have conversations and be like, hey, China, what are the things, what are your top priorities? Here are our top priorities. What are the two overlaps? Let's help each other. We're already working with each other. You know that when China's economy drops by like 0.01%, we get a cold, and vice versa. Like, our economies are so interlinked that we're basically the same. We're like the same at this point. If China decides that they no longer want to export stuff or manufacture stuff for us, you know how fucked we'd be?
Completely.
If we decided that we no longer wanted to buy shit from China, you know how fucked they would be? It's like, we're the same. We're like one people. Let's start sitting down and figure out the core issues. Their interest, I don't know. I think China's interests are like at this point is like fucking minerals. That's why they're investing in Africa. That's why they're investing in South America. They want lithium. They know the things that are going to matter for them the next 100 years. And we're sitting here fighting about left and right, and they're taking over. Fucking, they're literally funding mining efforts in Bolivia, and we're sitting here fighting about like, oh, should we build a high-speed rail or not? And like, oh, what the hell are we doing?
We don't focus on what really matters.
We're not focused.
Yeah, we're not.
That's why
We're
we're gonna
not.
lose. We're gonna
Over and
lose if we
over and
don't figure
over.
out if we don't get people in place that know how to focus and know how to keep us focused. Again, like a good CEO, what is the thing? Their goal is very simple. It's defining the vision, defining the priorities, and making sure everyone is on the same page about that. That's it. If they can do that, their shareholders are happy because profits are going up, and that's it. That's all it is. It's very simple. That's a CEO's job. So who is our CEO? Like Biden? Because I don't fucking know. No, it's not Biden. No, it's not Trump. I don't know who it is. It's,
Somebody behind the scenes.
someone that knows that those are the core issues and focusing on those.
Yeah, that's what we need, man. Like whoever's coming up next, that's where the logic should lie, is in those and that, aiming that for that mission. Like you
Yeah.
want to vote, you want to go with somebody that sees or thinks that the same way, or sees what the actual really goal is for something better, for something good. You
Yeah.
know, instead of just blaming, pointing fingers at each other, talking shit here, talking shit there.
I'm so
You
tired
know-
of the two-party system. I think
Yeah.
it's always one or the other. Why?
I'm tired
why
of
is
that.
it
I'm tired of this war going on. I'm tired of this whole
Mhm.
fucking threatening with nuclear warfare. I'm tired of all this shit because it just is so whack to me, bro. It just, I could feel it in my gut, in my soul, that as a human, we are in the wrong direction. We are in the wrong direction, and I honestly really believe that as humans, we're here to adventure, to connect, to teach, to explore, to create, and keep on exceeding with the universe. Like there's a reason why there's so many planets around us, why there's an infinity of things out there that we could adventure to. There's a reason why it's like that, and we're supposed to expand out and like connect, create. What if we go to like Mars or fucking Jupiter or whatever, right? And we go there and we find an element that we could use back here to cure cancer, to fix certain problems that could change us and make us progress and be happy. You know, like honestly, as humans, we're just meant to like really just enjoy life, have a good time, adventure, explore. You know, that's exciting as hell to explore, because you have something to talk about with people. People love hearing cool things about your adventure, what you discover, what you learn. Like as humans, that I feel like that's what we're meant to do. It's those key factors, and not point fingers, not argue, not just focus on money and what material you got or this and this, none of that shit. Because none of that matters. At the end of the day, it's gonna be gone. When you're gone, that's all gonna be gone. It's not gonna matter. What matters is the impact that you do in life. Yeah.
We're too prideful. We don't think about it.
Yeah, that shit is whack.
Can you go deeper into that? What do you mean by we're too prideful?
I mean, everyone has motivations,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people, their motivations are for themselves. They don't think outwardly about other people, what they need, what we need as a society. It's all about what I need now.
Yeah.
We don't think about our consequences in like 10, 20 years. It's all about what's happening now, what's happening about me, for me.
Doesn't it seem like it's almost impossible to get, like, we can all agree, I think all of us here are kind of saying like that's not good, and yet we'll get off here and we're like, I gotta go work so that I can get a fucking client so I can make some money and take care of myself. Like in the end, it's like, it's almost like we're like little mice on that wheel, trying to like, not realizing we're also on that wheel and we can't get off of it. So
Because we're born in that system. We were born
like
into
born
this
in this
program
system.
that was already
Is
pre-existent
that
for
it?
thousands of years.
Is that it? So like we just can't break from it because we were born into it, and it's like essentially what we're saying is we have no control over it.
We have no control for sure.
Yeah.
But that's what it seems, because we're born into a system. Our parents are teaching us this system, and their parents taught them this system. So it just keeps going in a little fucking loop until either you take the chance of your life and you break generations and you take a leap and you
Yeah.
say, "Wait a minute, I see this pattern.
Yeah.
Time to cut that pattern down, and time to revolutionize things and change things." That's
Yeah.
that's what we got to do. That's our
So-
reason. What we
I mean, it's in a way kind of going on a tangent, but not. It's similar to
Mm-hmm.
what we're saying here is there is a thought, especially that runs around in tech circles, that technology will start to solve some of these problems. I think Andrew Yang, you guys remember Andrew Yang? He was running for president as well.
I was actually
last
going
year, a
for
couple
him.
years ago. Yeah,
Actually, yeah.
he talked. He kind of alluded to it a little bit because he kind of, I guess, came from that kind of tech background. But it was essentially this: like, we're sitting having fights about like who owns that tree and this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, we don't realize someone's making like robots behind us, right? And why does that matter, right? Like when you suddenly have automated cars and trucks, well, okay, every driver loses a job, every truck driver loses their job. Transport of goods is suddenly like the more you automate, the more human beings don't have what we currently call jobs. So the systems that you just said start to kind of really deteriorate. And so you start to get to a point like you say, okay, well, let's assume that's to be true, right? Could we all agree that like technology is going to get more advanced?
Oh, did he cut out?
I think he crashed. I think he died.
No, hopefully not. Maybe it went on pasture or something. Sorry, viewers, we're having a technical difficulty at the moment. I know he was speaking, but probably glitched out. I think I know where he was gonna go. About Andrew Young, right? Andrew Young,
Mhm.
is that how you say it?
I think
Like
so.
how because I know what he wanted to do. He wanted to create a base income of what, like $2,000 for everybody,
Yeah.
right? And like let some of these AIs take over our work, so now we could focus more on what we love to do, what we want to do in this world, right?
That's part of what Elon Musk's Optimus is going to do. It's going to
Exactly.
take over some of the dangerous, boring, unnecessary work that we do.
Right. And then we were supposed to get a base income of 2,000 so we could have some sort of finance base to support our dreams and goals, which is beautiful because that's empowering us to do what we love the most, or to what we're talented in or skilled in, right?
Yep.
It's amazing. It's amazing because out of that, there will be a whole bunch of new Elon Musk, new, Steve Jobs, Albert Einstein, and all these amazing people. There's going to be new versions of that, more of them, because people are going to be devoting more of their time to what they really, really want to do. And I feel like that's very important for human civilizations and humans' moral happiness, their happiness. The more happier you are and you're doing something you love, guess what? The world's in a better place because you're feeding that energy to people around you. And then it's just going to keep creating a chain event of energy, of positivity.
You're right.
To
A
push
lot of
people forward.
They don't do what they want to do or what they don't use their gift, basically.
Exactly. Tons. So many people in the world, man. It just and past, and then also in the past, people that have passed away in the past our generations back then. So many talented people in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 1800s, all that they could have done something amazing, but they didn't because of that. Being caught up in life sucking them dry, oppressing them.
Absolutely. It's
the
need to survive, I think, outweighs the their will to find or to do something that they love. Because in a lot of cases, what they love isn't profitable enough to survive on.
Right. True.
So,
yeah, which leads to the trap.
Yep.
It leads to that system.
Absolutely. Completely agree.
Yeah. Okay, here's somebody. Somebody in here?
I can't hear anyone.
Yeah, and is it gonna come back? Let's see. Hey, Schlick says, "What's up, guys?" He's watching the Twitter. Yeah, he was killing it. He was actually getting to a really good point. Just like he was saying, he was killing it. The point he was going to make, I think, is exactly what we kind of just talked about. But I think he was going to go a little bit deeper into it.
He was
No,
on a
but
roll.
it's yeah, he was on a roll. He was feeling that sauce, that heat. It's good. It's good, real good. Yeah, but it's very interesting topic of like everything that's going on, and it's important that this is why it's good to talk about it. This is why it's good to say things, because and most important, listen. Just listen, speak, listen, speak. This is good, really good, because that's how you grow. That's how you push forward as a human, as a civilization.
Yep.
You know, that's how you grow.
Just having open conversations about topics like these.
Right.
I'm back.
And he's
My bad.
back.
Yo, my headset died.
And he's back, guys. He's back.
I'm back. So, sorry about that. That's always the worst. I'm like right in the middle of, and then it just cuts out. Damn it!
And you were feeling it too.
You're getting somewhere great there.
Yeah. I don't know. We were talking about like robots.
Andrew Young.
Andrew Yang,
something about a tree. We're fighting about a tree. Somebody's creating a robot behind us.
Right. It was. I was trying to not to go too far off what we were talking about, but kind of talking about some other issues that seem periphery that are not periphery, which is ultimately in the end. Really what I was doing was kind of having a thought exercise. I think this is like one of the most important things to do is like say, okay, remove all parameters for a moment and pretend like assume all the things that we just talked about, like we were solving the world right now. we figured out what the top priorities are for the country and like, cool, good to go. So now if we all agree that technology is going to continue to proliferate and that eventually it's going to become much smarter and that it's going to start taking over a lot of the jobs that really human beings probably shouldn't be doing, like flipping burgers, driving trucks, doing things like that. Well, that freaks the hell out of a lot of people. A lot of people get freaked out and they're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? We're going to die. And it's like, well, okay, there's one side of it. Or you say, well, okay, what happens if that does happen? What happens? How do we survive as a human race? It's like, well, the means of production have just got automated. So we're so much more effective in what we're doing. And now we have a surplus of wealth that probably the question is it going to sit in one man's pocket, in one boardroom's pocket, or is it going to get distributed? Which is a very socialist idea. That's why Andrew Yang and Bernie Sanders ran together, right?
Okay.
Very socialist idea. It's just the redistribution of wealth, the production of means. Like this is actually semi-communist idea. This is why I say like people that are like very anti-social, anti-communism, I'm like, dude, come on, like it don't even realize all things are important. They all are full circle. It's all full circle. We're not a linear. It's not like, oh, this matters, that doesn't matter. No, the reason people don't like communism because they're talking about like tyrannical leaders that were killing people for nothing. That's different. That's a tyrant. That's not communism as a socioeconomic. Anyway, so the point here is if we think that technology will continue to proliferate and a lot of those jobs will be taken, we're going to have a lot of time on our hands.
Yeah.
And so the question is like, what are we going to do with that time? Is it possible that we're going to kind of see what happened during the Renaissance? That suddenly there was like a proliferation of the arts and like all these things just became like architecture, medicine, you know, like the Greeks had it as well. Like that time when like Aristotle and all these like amazing thinkers, we're probably going to get back into that space where suddenly we might not be fighting so much, because I think that the reason we're fighting right now, to me, feels like a lot of it has to do with more socioeconomic conditions. Yeah. It's people are scared. They're scared that their kid's going to get sick and they can't pay medical bills. And they're like, dude, that Mexican coming over the border, because Fox News told me that Mexican's taking my job, he's the enemy.
Yep.
Meanwhile, that Mexican's just like, yo, I just want to come here and like work and give back to my family. Actually, Juan and Michael actually have a lot more in common than they think. And so these divisions that you just mentioned, like the divide starts to get broken down when you start talking about like if everyone had a certain amount of income, which is what Andrew Yang was kind of talking about, was like, if we keep moving at this pace, people are going to need a sort of base income to take care of needs. And so no one really gave it enough steam or importance, but I tend to think like, I think we are moving in that direction. Yeah, I think we are moving in the direction that robots are going to start fucking doing everything, and we're going to have people
Optimist.
out of jobs, and we're like, how the hell do we fund these people? Like, how do we get these people to like be able to have food? And so suddenly, I think without knowing it, we're going to move into a neo futurist version of socialism. That and what got us there, ironically and paradoxically, is a capitalist system that was like this desire to create more profit and automate.
Yeah.
And so you start to see where they're so inextricably linked, and in the middle of it all are human beings just being like, well, what the fuck are we doing today? We're on that cycle, that rat race, not being able to escape it. But can you imagine if you guys had anywhere between 50 to 100 grand in your bank every year and you did nothing for it?
That'd be pretty nice.
Whew.
Yeah, but what
Do you
was his
think
offer?
that'd be
It would
bad?
be a
Do
game
you
changer.
think that'd be bad for society?
No.
No, there's really no way to see that would be. That's bad.
Because a lot of people would argue that's how society gets. One of the reason the proponents behind capitalism, and I tend to agree to a certain extent, is when you have competition in the markets and everyone's striving and everyone starts at zero, it creates a sense of urgency that you have to get to the next thing. And so because of that, there's no laziness. Like, you can't afford to be lazy or else you'll fucking die. It's like really hardcore, like that, you know? So instead, just compete, and you'll eventually be great. And so I think what's happening now is I don't think we live in a capitalist society. I think we're like on a new trend of capitalism. Right? Some people call it like super capitalism or future capitalism, or I forget the term that's out there. It's that we're not starting at zero. Everyone doesn't start from zero. Some people are starting with like multi-billions in their banks, IRAs, trust funds, and all this other kind of shit. Older generation's going to die off. I don't know if you guys like know about generations and how this kind of stuff is happening, but the reality is like China being a massive superpower. I think we talked about this last time. Dude, like 50% of their generation or 50% of their population is like 70 or older.
Yeah,
Damn.
That's a really big number.
it's a big number. It's
They
a
are 4
big
times bigger in
number.
population than we are right now. They're only going to be 2 times bigger when that in 20, 30 years.
That's crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
That's insane.
Elon, I know, talked about this in Japan. He said the way, if you understand, because someone asked, like, don't you think overpopulation is actually a problem? That's what we all thought was the problem. Oh my God, that's why you can't let immigrants in the country. We don't have enough resources. And he's like, it's the exact opposite. It's not that problem. He goes, go look at Japan. Japan's a great example. The way that you could tell the way Japan is moving in terms of population is look at they call it, it's a statistical term used in economics called it's like the diaper ratio. And so what it says is, if you want to understand about a population and where they're moving in terms of like if they have enough youth and versus old people, look at how many diapers are sold for old people versus young people, babies. And so in a society that has a very healthy growing population, the diaper ratios, like babies, are much higher than old people. But right now, Japan's is completely inverted. Like 70% of their diapers are for old people, 30%
The
are
fuck?
for babies. And so what's happening is young Japanese people are not having children. They don't believe in the same ideals as their parents. They have technology. They have fucking VR headsets and like robotic sex dolls. And you can pay to have companionship. I don't know if you know that in Japan. Like, you can pay to like just have someone cuddle with you.
Wow.
And I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to say one is happening because of the other. But what I'm trying to say is there's not enough babies being born into the country in Japan. And at the same time, there's a lot of old people. And those old people will eventually die. And now Japan has a very, very serious problem ahead of itself.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
China's
Looks
not too
like you
far
get-
behind that.
Looks like you guys gotta start banging. What's up, Shay, man?
What's up, dude?
welcome.
So,
Dude,
so yeah, I don't know. I don't
it's-
have fucking conclusions, or I'm just saying, like, for me, it's like take all the data, put it all in the middle, put it all on the table. Let's have these conversations. And I think the more we have them, the more people come to an understanding, like, oh shit, what we perceive
Right.
to be the problems are not the real problems. This is in a paradox way, the way this universe works, it's almost the invert of that. It's always the invert. It's like, it's not overpopulation, it's underpopulation. It's not the immigration problem. It's like the socioeconomic problem. Like, suddenly you start realizing all these things and you're like, well, then why are we sitting here like focusing our resources in those areas that they have zero effect?
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, you know how you said like population? Like I read an article and it was saying like you could literally take all 7 billion people in the world You could literally fit them all in one city, standing next to each other, shoulder by shoulder. There, 7 billion people could literally fit in Los Angeles, standing next to each other, side by side. That shows you the scale of Earth compared to what we think that we're overpopulated when we're really not at all. Not even close.
We haven't even
Not even close to.
we haven't even built into the oceans. We haven't discovered the oceans, the ocean floors. Like we don't know what kind of minerals and resources are down there. We know nothing.
Right. Yeah, so
a lot of that's so
US is
fear-based.
still undeveloped.
Yeah.
As a country,
So
just
you
the
see that
US undeveloped.
a lot of the divides that happen is really based on fear of ideas that like aren't whatever. And so yeah, maybe it is pride. I agree with you. There's a certain sense of pride because to me, pride is knowing the truth, but deciding to ignore the truth because it serves your interest. Right. And so I think a lot of that happens in politics, and a lot of that is happening in our country today. Is a lot of people kind of know what's up. They know that we should be helping one another. They know that we should be good. It's like in our nature to kind of do those things. But we're like, it's dog eat dog. You're going to take from me, so I'm going to take from you. And like, now we're different. And eventually it's going to be a new conflict. It's not going to be, against immigrants. Or it's not going to be against, I don't know, certain races or genders or whatever. It's going to be something fucking new. It's going to be against robots is what it's going to, that's the next trend.
Man,
it's
going to
be
differences. Our differences are being
bro.
highlighted.
It will, bro. Yeah, it's true.
I hope not.
It almost seems like we're at the end of I don't know if you guys know Ray Dalio. He's like one of the wealthiest kind of businessmen, investors in this country. And he just released a book about this. Like we're at the end of an economic cycle. And he went all the way back to ancient times and talked about like, there is a certain cycle, a certain couple things that happen. When these things happen, they're exact red flags of the fall of an empire. And so he went back to the Roman Empire, back that before that Chinese Empire, and like all these other empires. And he's like, we're at the end of our empire time right now. And one of the biggest things is that social divide. It's social unrest. There were like 3 or 4 other main characteristics of a society that's in a decline, and we hit all of them right now. So he's like, hey, I'm not saying we're gonna like fall today. It might be in a couple years from now, it might be in 10 years from now, but we are on like a decline. So we need to make a rapid change. And that's why I would say like a Green New Deal, whether I agree or not with all the economics of it, I'm like, we need radical solutions at this point. We need radical solutions. Like there's no longer time to be like fluffing things up and having conversations about shit that just doesn't matter.
But that's the thing though. If we do a radical solution, that might just lead to another problem because it was radical. We need something actually well thought.
Yeah, you said something. That's a good point. You said something earlier. You said, I would like to take care of the division, so everyone's thinking the same. You know who else thought that way?
Who?
Hitler.
Well,
most tyrants thought the same way.
I didn't say think the same. I didn't say think the same though. I said like come to agreement, like to take away the blaming and the division and just unite people. Like right now, we're talking, we might not think the same, but we're still talking, we're still united here.
I'm just saying Nazis were pretty united.
Yeah, but a very shitty
I'm
negative way.
I'm not trying to hone in on what I'm trying to say is there's always going to be a counter to the argument. So you can say technology is the devil. That's going to be the thing that's going to be the end of society. And it's like, well, maybe, right? Let's look at the positive sides. What we just talked about just now was, the idea of, what was the last thing that we just brought up that could be a problem? Oh, radical ideas. And how radical might lead to new problems. Like maybe I would say it was pretty radical for Elon to bring those engineers, and now SpaceX is a pretty radically awesome company.
Yeah,
it might be pretty insane. I mean, look at how he's like sending Starlinks to go help Ukraine's communications. Some people might be like, "Yo, that's out of line." I'm like, "Yo, I'm all for it." I'm like, "That's awesome. Go, Elon. Keep doing what you're doing." Like, yeah, those people need help. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is there's always two sides of the coin.
Absolutely.
For sure. And there's always more that we don't know as well.
Yeah.
Always.
It's like, let's focus on the coin and let's focus on why the coin matters. And yeah, there's always going to be different opinions. There's always I actually don't think we'll ever get to a point where everyone's going to have the same, I don't know if it's ideals or you said not thinking, but everyone's more unified in how they're doing stuff.
Mhm.
You know, the things that unified this country the most historically in the last few hundred years was war.
Wow.
It was war against a foreign party, a foreign enemy. That's what unified. It's always unified people. This is why a lot of Republicans say actually it's the Democrats who start the wars, because they're trying to figure out a way to unify people.
I've heard that.
I'm
I've
like,
heard that
damn,
too.
that's crazy. Yeah, I've heard it too, and I'm like, what? That's nuts.
Ooh.
Yeah,
At the
there's a lot of
expense
these
of
things
innocent
like you
people's
look and
life.
you're like, oh my goodness. War is literally one of the most important tools for economic growth. In the US, there was a point in World War II when we weren't doing that great, guys. Like this country wasn't doing too hot, you know, like we had gone through the Great Depression, we'd gone through some shit. And when we finally went to war with the Nazis, you know, that was when nuclear energy was invented. That was when we kind of basically stole Albert Einstein away from, like, he was Austrian, right? And we stole him away from the Nazis, and we stole a lot of these guys away. These guys end up being the owners and the kind of founders of NASA.
Mhm.
We learned all kinds of space technology that ended up fueling things like microchips that now fuel our phones, that fuel these headsets. It's all relative. It's all necessary. It's all part of the process. And so in a way,
It's a very shitty process, though, to be honest, man. I feel like a lot of this could be achieved without that type of thinking. Like, there's always, when you look at things, there's not only just one or two or three perspectives. There's thousands of perspectives, and that
Right.
and how you could come to certain agreements and achievements. And I feel like that way of just coming to war to get all these stuff, I get it. Like, you know, that's how we made some progress, whatever. But it didn't have to be like that, because thousands of people died: children, women, kids, family, father, everything. There's
I agree
different
with you, dude.
perspective that we could come
I'm
to
not-
an agreement. There's
I'm
different
not for war.
perspective.
Don't get me wrong.
You know?
I hate war. I hate killing.
What's
I
up,
hate
Joseph?
innocent lives going. What up, man? How's it going? What I'm saying is, if you go back to the history of people, not just American
Yeah.
history, but people history, the thing that led to the biggest advancements in society was one society toppling another society over, which inherently was built around war and death. And so I agree with you. Hopefully we don't have to do it anymore. Maybe we are the turning point, because we can communicate so effectively via like all our streams of communication. We can finally say like, hey, let's sit down and have a conversation about what our priorities are, and let's not go to war about these things. But I can guarantee you there's probably some people listening or that will listen to this podcast and like label me a fucking communist and label you a Nate like a tree hugger or whatever. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna label us regardless, and they're gonna hate us just for saying something that goes against what they believe to be true.
Yes.
And so who am I to say that I'm right and they're wrong? Yeah, who am I to say that I'm right or they're wrong? So forget, let's move opinions out of it and let's focus on priorities.
Mhm.
I think that's one of the keys into us solving some of this shit, is like really just sitting on, really coming to an agreement as a country. What are those priorities? And I think that will probably be the end of our two-party system. I think that'll solve some of the biggest crises like nature and social inequity and these kind of issues that we discussed tonight. We just need a forum. Maybe that should happen in the metaverse here at the 1Verse podcast.
Honestly, I
The
think this
biggest
technology,
podcast of the metaverse. You're welcome.
I think true. Thank you for the shout out.
You're welcome, bro.
I was gonna say, honestly, I think this technology is gonna be a big key factor on that turning point. Like, if people from around the world could literally put this on and come here and have a conversation from China, Russia, North Korea, literally, and just have an open source conversation, knowing that we can fly over there or something, and this is the easiest way we could meet up and just have a conversation and like see what our mission or our goal, what's really going on. I think this will be the biggest turnaround in a positive way. This technology, literally.
I hope so. I also think like, I mean, I don't want to like shit on Facebook, but Facebook, 3 billion users across the world. Pretty amazing. They did something that at that time was unheard of. We communicated in a way that was instant, and we could have forums and conversations like we're having right now through a website, through the World Wide Web, an idea that was revolutionary. But then look what happened in all these presidential elections when they had, what was this whole issue that happened with, I forget that, the British company.
British.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
British company.
No, there was a, fuck, I got to look up the name, but it was, all the elections that happened over during the time of actually when Trump won the presidency, right? It's in Latin America. There was a private company that was sort of using algorithms to be able to fund data and advertisements that was pushing people in certain directions, and so they were targeting people. I mean, come on, you guys! If you guys haven't seen this documentary, you gotta fucking see this documentary. I'm gonna find it.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to check it out. By the way, welcome Shay, welcome Shay, and
Welcome,
also welcome Joseph.
Sorry, bro.
Welcome,
I
guys.
was
Welcome.
recording. I don't know if you guys can hear
No,
me
you
or
good.
not. I was just getting some filming. But
Oh no,
it's
you
okay.
good, bro. You
I just
good.
wanted
Heck
to-
yeah, man. I
Yeah,
noticed
sorry,
actually. I could tell.
yeah. I'm actually still recording right now, but what's up, guys?
It's all good. You're on a
Yeah,
live stream, just to
what's
let you know.
up?
2 live streams. You're on Twitter over here, and then you're
Hey,
on
what's up,
YouTube
man?
on this one.
There it is.
Yo,
Cambridge
good.
Analytica. Cambridge Analytica.
Cambridge
You guys remember that?
Analytica.
Cambridge Analytica. Does that sound familiar?
I do remember.
Cambridge Analytica.
Nah.
All right, look into that,
Maybe
and
I
then
have to look
you-
into it.
And then we can have this conversation because basically all they were. I mean, I'm like butchering the explanation, but they are a private entity that was just a data. They were a data company. They're able to sort of tap into what Facebook has, the information that Facebook has. At the time, it was like general information about its users, so like our race, our age, our demographic, maybe things that we post on, so kind of like some of our soft ideals, things like that, right? A certain subset of information, not many points, like 10 to 20 points. And they are able to take that information, crunch that information, and sell it to political parties that were running for office.
Yeah, I remember
So that
this, yeah.
they can target those individuals.
Target
And
those.
so
Yeah,
what
that's what you're targeting. Yeah.
the documentary
Completely,
essentially
yeah.
shows. What's up? How you doing?
Hey, Brooke.
what the documentary? Oh, sorry, I was back here. Hey, what's up, Brooke? What the documentary essentially showed was that I'm gonna end up getting kicked off Facebook for this, for talking about this.
Fuck it, just go for it, bro. Shit.
Basically, what the documentary exposed was that Trump's campaign, the Trump campaign, and really led by Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, right? Because he was the one that went out and kind of hired these people. Was that they were targeting what they called the people in the middle. There were people who didn't really have an opinion. There were the libertarians, sorry. They were like the people in the middle that were like, I don't want left, I don't want right, but they could be swayed in one direction if you triggered a certain topic in them. And so what they started triggering was things like racism and immigration and like these kind of like very specific things that almost had nothing to do with politics. But they were able to drive consensus this way. And as a result, they turned out elections. And that's how Trump won the presidency. And what the documentary exposes is that they did it all over Latin America as well. They did it in Bolsonaro in Brazil. They did it in, I think it was like Costa Rica or Guatemala or something like that. They did it in a few parts of Africa, I believe, or something like this. And so huge conspiracy. I mean, or not conspiracy, huge issue, man. Like Facebook almost, it was like a really big problem. Like a lot of people left Facebook because they were like, we can't trust you. All of our data is being used against us to drive elections. And so, I mean, look into it. It's really incredible. So all I'm really getting at is that although the idea of having mass communication seems amazing and very utopic at one surface, again, it's a coin. And on the other side of that coin is evil people that would use it for their own agenda that goes against the interest of everyone else that's in the room.
Power corrupts, man.
Yeah. So I don't know how to solve it. I'm not gonna. I don't like. I know shit. Put it that way. All I know is data, and that's it. And so I think when people can get out of that perspective, saying like, I know this, I know why this is. It's like you know nothing. Like, can we all agree that we know nothing? Let's start at that point, and let's talk about these information.
Which is true though. We honestly we don't know shit.
We know nothing
as humans. Even the smartest person that think he knows, he only knows he knows less than 1% of everything. Like, you don't know everything about space. You don't know anything about how do you cure cancer? How do we live to 200 years?
How we got
like, you don't
here.
really know anything. Like, you don't, like, even the smartest person doesn't know everything. That's a fact. So literally, honestly.
I think people can specialize, and I think people really, really focus on specializing, and I think that's kind of like what we're kind of taught, is like, hey, like, you get really, really good at one thing, and that's the thing you do for like until you die,
the rest of your life.
Yeah, literally, it's like until you die. and we're like expected to make that decision at a fairly young age, and people aren't really taught to like, hey, like discover other things later in life, you know, like it's okay to start a business at 30, it's okay to start a business at 40, it's okay to start a business at 50, you know what I mean? Like we're not taught that though, you know, like that's not something that like you're really given any sort of like you're not expected for that, you know, there's no sort of restart that can happen. And I just think it's kind of crazy how like so many people can do that now with what's developing right now, like specifically in here, you know, and it's just interesting to kind of see like different demographics, you know, like I'm fairly young, I would say, for being in here, and I wouldn't say I'm like, you know, like super young, but like most people I meet are like in their 30s plus, you know, and it's crazy to me how it's like how those people though are getting like an opportunity right now to move forward so fast, you know. And it's like I don't think a lot of people realize it. And like I just saw this Twitter thread, and that like that's the only reason I brought it up was like they were just talking about how like when the internet revolution happened and how like that 2000 like in 2000 when it happened during a recession, like that was the time when advertising should have been at its peak, and that's where people that were able to advertise were able to get more like exclusive deals done before like anybody else, because there was nobody else buying in the market, you know.
Right.
And,
very interesting.
And it just seems like to me at least, it seems like we're headed in that direction really, really heavy in like the next like 6 months, you know? And it's like, I think people think Web3 is like not here to stay, but it is here to stay. And I think it's very similar to like how people felt when like the internet, the iPhone were here, you know?
Yeah,
No,
you can definitely
I agree
draw a
with
lot
that.
of parallels between those two, for sure.
Like specifically, and it's mind blowing where it's like, because I was sitting down with 5 of my friends, 3 of them work in tech, 1 of them owns a business, and 1 of them's like 1 of them works retail. And when you explain to them what this is, right, it's like it's so difficult for people to process what it can be, you know. And it's like, and I just imagine that the first conversations of the internet were so similar to that, you know, where it's like, how do you genuinely explain it to someone when the webnet took like 20 minutes to get on, and then you'd get on and then it would fucking crash, and then you'd be like, what the fuck is this? And people would see that, they'd try it once or twice and then never try it again. And I hear that story, and if you just replace webnet with the Quest 2, I think it completely is the same thing, you know, like it's literally, it feels to me like it's the same exact shit. And it's just mind blowing that it's like, I'll tell 5 people, 4 of them have college degrees, and none of them think about investing in it. You know, like none of them think there's any sort of value in it. And it's crazy. It's seriously like, I'm not saying it's going to be Meta that does it, but there's no way in hell you can tell me that the metaverse doesn't succeed as a concept with the tech that's already been invested. Like that company might fail. Like, you know what I mean? Like Apple wasn't the company that invested to create the iPhone, but yet they benefited from the companies that failed. You know, it may be another fucking company that does it, but like it's mind blowing that I get into these conversations with people that literally work at like EY and Deloitte and like these big ass consulting firms, and they're like, yeah, like there's no way our company would take this over, you know. And it's just like, I just can't believe it. It blows my mind. Like it's crazy, man.
If you look at smart money though, you look at like banks and stuff, they're all on the same page. Like they say the metaverse is a multi-trillion-dollar market, and in the next they're saying by like 2025. Like this isn't even like in like
5 years. I think 5-10 years too.
Smart money knows it, and I think a lot of those other companies, and those people who are like naysayers or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's bullshit because what's going to happen is that in like 5 to 10 years, it's going to be a gold mine. In 5 to 10 years, it's going to be a gold mine, and people are going to complain, and they're going to be like, "Oh, I never was able to get in," and they're fucking wrong. You know what I mean? Like it's literally the internet.
I hope you're right,
the fucking internet.
Yeah, I read on this.
It's the fucking internet.
I read on
right now. It's the time.
It is. I read on the statistics, and it said about 2030 is going to be $11 trillion industry. Well, the metaverse is going to be trillions.
I mean, to be fair, that those statistics aren't always right. They said the same thing about 3D printing when I got into that industry. And by this time, it should have been a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and it did not happen. It's still not there yet.
It's because it's.
I don't think it's there either, bro. But I think that the tech is being invested in, right? Like you were saying, you know, like you're saying, like the money is being spent, and if the money's being like, it may not be this specifically, but it will be something in AR, MR, and VR. Like it's, I just don't see it failing at this point at where it's at. You know, like I think it's hit a point where it's like, hey, like this is gonna succeed one way or another. It's just a matter of like how much of a like. I just can't imagine like remote work the way it is not transferring over to this somehow. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it may be when the
Yeah,
headsets
for
get
sure.
smoller. It may be later, you know,
Oh,
but the
that's
tech is
for
going to be
sure.
invested in.
Absolutely.
You know?
I think it's
There's no
like
way in
it's-
hell
You,
that,
you were
like-
talking about that too earlier.
Yeah,
No
I think it's a bit the thing is what you're saying is man, an awesome topic, by the way. It's like talking to a person in the 90s, not about the internet, but trying to convince them that like YouTube is going to be the next big thing.
For sure.
So in other words, like
Yeah.
when we talk to people, we're
100%.
kind of talking about like Horizon Worlds and like, or even the quote unquote metaverse, the aspect of the metaverse. We're talking about apps, the equivalent of what an app is. We're not talking about that bigger World Wide Web, that topic. So the bigger thing here, the one layer out, if we're an onion and at the center of the onion is, metaverse, you go layers out. The thing that really encapsulates everything is the idea of, you said it, Web3, blockchain technology. And so blockchain technology is like, you cannot talk to one banker, that doesn't think DeFi is going to matter a lot, right? Or you talk to developers that are like actual programmers that are like, yo, what Ethereum is doing and like the systems that they're building, like this is like, it's software. Forget cryptocurrency for a moment. It's software. They're developing software. Like, are you really going to go against software? Right. And so when you have all these things, it's like, I think that the problem is that, again, we're kind of like, YouTube is going to be, Yahoo Mail is going to be the most important. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? So the reality is we almost need to get more clear on like what the hell blockchain is and what that is.
I genuinely think it just needs to get to a point where you can explain it to a 5-year-old. Like I think it needs to be encompassed in like 3 sentences. Like that's the reason. Like I just came into Horizon. Like it's my first like month. And what
Like
I
second
realized,
week or so. Yeah.
literally, it's my second week in here, and the number one thing I realized is, hey,
welcome.
like I appreciate it, thank you, man. But like seriously, like the number one thing I realized is, hey, the content here is amazing. People just aren't like, people don't see this and think of VR. When they think of VR, they don't think of social interactions. They think of everything except that. And I think
So
we
true.
have like
That's what
this
makes it really
podcast
unique,
and
yeah.
us that are in here have a responsibility to create content that we can actually showcase. Like this is the social aspects of what Meta is saying is absolutely real. Like that is what's going to grow this place. It's not going to be the apps. It's not going to be the sports fitness. It's not going to be the other aspects of it. It's going to be the creators. It's going to be like the internet. It's going to be like people that decide to post in here, people that decide to like come in here is what's going to drive it. And they're not wrong at their core. It's just the company that's behind it is kind of the fucking problem sometimes for people. Not
Yeah,
for everybody,
it's
but
true.
it's like
They don't
it's
trust
a
it.
problem
It
for a
is.
lot of
It
people. It's like they it's just that they see metaverse and they're like, yo, like they're not two separate entities, and it's very very difficult now,
Exactly. That's the biggest
to
problem.
explain. It's really hard.
Every time
People
that you
actually
say
get angry.
metaverse, every time you
people
say
get, like,
metaverse to
snarl.
somebody, people think it's Facebook. It's like, no. This is 2 different things. Meta and metaverse is 2 different things. People get that shit confused all the time. But I see what
Meta is doing a
Facebook
lot
did.
for here.
to-
Like they're doing great for here. They're putting in the like, bro, $1,600 headsets. I'm on a Meta Quest Pro right now. Like it is
Nice.
value.
We have one.
You are? Let's see that
investment
face
is
tracker.
worth it.
We were
Yeah, the face tracking. I think I'm on my Quest link right now, so I'd have to get off and then get onto my regular to show you guys like the hand tracking and the face tracking and all. I can absolutely do it. But point is that like they're putting in millions and millions of dollars. Even if it fails, the tech is being invested in. So therefore, like they might not be the ones that succeed, but the tech is being invested in. This is being invested in. So therefore, like, and the thing is like regular ass people don't understand that you don't need to like invest in a stock to become filthy rich in here. Like you just have to be in here. You know what I mean? Like you just have to get something. And I promise you, there's a larger company out there that's going to see it and give you hundreds. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's going to happen to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, that's what happens to everybody. Like, I don't care how big of a company you think you can be. Like, offers will come in and you will consider offers. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way it's life. You know what I mean? So just get in and have a platform, bro.
It's true,
Like,
but
that's
to
what
be
the
devil's
internet was.
advocate, devil's advocate for a second, do you know how many websites that were invented in the 90s that never made it?
Exactly. It's true. It's true. as
It's
fuck.
like,
Yeah,
I think
literally,
it's something
dude.
like over 95% of
Thousands,
websites that
yeah,
were at
millions.
the time, like they're gone. Like it's
True.
Yeah, like
True.
so. I think I'm
But I
with
think
you.
this
and
is
I'm
your
excited.
it's not just this though. It's like the opportunity at generational wealth is so difficult for people. You know what I mean? Like it's so hard to actually make money that can last past your generation. You know what I mean? And I'm someone that like comes from a family of business, you know, like that shit does not last, you know, like they do not last. Businesses are really, really hard. And even then, bro, like generational wealth is what we're talking about right now. You know, like that's an opportunity that like people, bro, if you could talk to someone in the 90s, like you're saying about YouTube, right? Like they didn't understand it, but if they had even put like $100 into it, you know, like you're talking like,
Yeah.
you know?
So I think the only important thing to note
Coda.
is
Welcome,
you mentioned
bro.
before. You mentioned before about posting.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, so many of my friends are here, yo.
Welcome.
Yo, I love everybody in here.
Shout out to Coda, everybody on the live stream. Shout out to Coda. He's in the
He
house.
was like the second person I met in here, man.
This is like future of the
second
metaverse
person.
right here. This guy.
My guy.
Yeah.
That's love. That's love.
Yeah.
I was specifically individually looking for each and every one of you, and I found you all here.
That's awesome. Yeah. Remember, only on the 1Verse podcast, the number one podcast in the metaverse. Hey,
where we are literally.
make sure you
all
like,
one in
subscribe,
the
and share this on your Instagrams and your social media platforms. Hey,
the best.
that's funny as
Best
hell.
podcast in the world.
Hey,
You were saying something before that you posted a video and that you had gotten like 66 views and you were kind of frustrated about that, right? And it's like,
Right.
I listened to, you guys know, everyone probably here knows Mr. Beast. This is like YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I was listening a little
Huge.
bit of his story. Yeah, it was, and he was talking about how like everyone sees him now. Now he's like trying to raise, 1.5 billion for the new company. But what few people talk about, and he was like, was when I was like, I guess he was like 14 or he was kind of young. It was years ago, right? When he came on YouTube and he started making these videos and he would post and he'd get like 1 view or he'd get 0 views. And he basically did that for 3 years, but consistently 1 video, I think it was like every week or every couple of days or something like this for 3 years. And it wasn't until the 3rd year that shit really started popping off for him. So I think while I'm with you on the excitement of like where this is going, I think it's like everyone also needs to be real and go like, hey, millionaires are not going to be created in here overnight. It's going to take time. It's going to require consistency. It's going to require, I think, a certain level of ethics that is not. You just got here a couple of weeks ago, so you're going to see it over the next 6 months. There could be a level of toxicity in this space that's so real that drives people out of here. And I think actually they talk about how this space is good for mental health. I actually would argue it can be very bad for mental health. I'm one of the people that like it affected my mental health because I was like, man, I'm dealing with people who are not professionals, people who aren't business people, and trying to do business together. And it's like it drove me fucking bananas. So I've had to like pump the brakes for a second and go, all right, I'm going to be in here. I have to really understand my value. I have to understand what I want to do. I have to understand my goal, my big why. But I also have to be realistic that this idea of like, if I really do believe that people are going to become millionaires overnight in here, then what's going to happen is it's going to be dog eat dog. We're all going to be attacking each other and trying to fuck each other over to get to that point. Whereas if we said, let's stop, when you look at Silicon Valley and those guys, the Jobs, the Gates, the guys who made Dell, all these guys, they were literally working together in garages, building out the tech together. They built out Silicon Valley and what it is today. From all that investment, hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars were created, and those companies created the YouTubes and the so on, and then the Mr. Beasts of the world are created. So think about the trickling down of that economy that happened, and it wasn't by people just going like, imagine if Steve Jobs and Gates at that time were like, I'm going to make millions, we're going to fuck each other over. I mean, even though I know they didn't really have the best relationships, they actually did work together, even on the business level in the early days.
Yeah, it's very
So I just say, like, all I'm saying is I'm bullish in the space too. I'm excited about the future of Web3 and blockchain and all these things. But I also think there needs to be conversations about like how we're doing stuff and methods to like, I don't know if it's methods for collaboration. I'm not sure if that's the right word. But it's like not making mistakes of letting our pride and our greed take over and suddenly consume one another. And like it becomes like it'll die out quickly. And I think that's going to turn off a lot of people from the space.
Check your pride.
Yeah.
I think people are turned off, just off of the idea of like you're saying, right? Like it doesn't feel very collaborative at the moment, right? Like the metaverse doesn't feel collaborative right now, right? Like it feels like Meta is the company, right? And I think when Apple, for example, releases their headset, right, or another competitor actually does enter, like for the first time we actually see like a competitive, like an actual competitor, I think we'll actually genuinely see like a lot of what you're saying, which is like the collaborative efforts of everyone trying to make that area succeed, Like I
So
don't
the
think it'll be
uniform-
where it's like
true innovation.
True.
yeah, yeah. Like
No,
I
that's
think
true.
you'll be able to wear this avatar
Yeah.
in like an Apple
Yeah.
headset. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's going to
Yeah.
be. You know what I mean? Like I think they're gonna try to make it as collaborative as they can. I don't think it's gonna be
because
though.
there's people
I
that
don't
don't
think-
get in
I
it
don't
because
think
of,
Meta's
because they
helped.
think it's Facebook.
You don't think
I
Meta's healthy?
Meta's helped the No, I don't think they're helping the situation because their hands are in every pot of big business that comes in here.
Mm.
They're not allowing us just to be our own entities and bring in clients. They want a piece of the pie,
fair
and they're
point.
taking.
That's what I was
a large
saying.
Piece of
Yeah.
everybody's
With content
pie.
creation
and
as
that
well.
is not what is going to make this place, this Horizon World.
Could you elaborate like farther?
fruitful
Like
and-
what is? Are there specifics like what you're saying, Neo?
Yeah, there's specifics to it.
Mhm.
And he
So
knows.
like
Yeah.
Wendy's, for
Yeah.
example, right? So like
Yes.
Wendy's got brought
Mhm.
in by Meta. You know, Meta introduced it, and they
Sure.
got the Meta team to build the world. Some of that work for Meta, people that work for Meta to build the world for Wendy's. Whereas like if Wendy's were to approach like Primitive Shapes to build the world, and just third party like Primitive Shapes just did this. I definitely see where you're coming from and where Neo is coming from as well, as far as the content creation side of things too,
Mhm.
where it's like that's a whole nother piece of it where companies are
Meta
not
didn't
going to
build
come third
Wendy's.
party. They're going to come right through Meta.
No,
Inspire
built
yeah,
Wendy's.
I mean, but
Yeah, Inspire
did build it, but
But isn't
But-
Inspire kind of like Meta? This is, I think,
Well,
to the
well,
point where
here's
he's
the
They're the
Meta
first to go
contract-
to
yeah.
company.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, it is. But
They go to
but you got to
Inspire.
know that Wendy's had to go through Meta.
yeah.
Okay, but
Inspire was the
hypothetically,
contract company, but they
Right.
still had control over the whole situation.
Yeah.
Just
See,
like
but
if
that's
I
the
brought
thing.
in like a
projects
different
that just
company,
came
I don't
through.
have to bring that to Meta, right? Like I'm saying, if I knew a
No,
franchise
you
that wanted to
will
come in
have
here,
to.
It
Why?
depends.
Why do I have
I think
to
it
go through
depends.
them? Hell no.
It depends on the scale of the company because they ultimately run the platform. So like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
true.
today, let's
Yeah.
say, let's say today I wanted to bring Adidas in here, like I knew someone at Adidas and I want to bring them in.
sure.
Someone recently told me, a guy that I was like going to team up with, he said, "You don't think that they're going to want to put their hand in that cookie pot, trying to get their
Mhm.
cut?"
They
And I was
will.
like, "Well,
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
know.
Mhm.
I don't know, but in the
No,
end,
they
if I
will.
look at this as a form of medium, that's all
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
To me, this is just a medium,
won't even
right?
let
So like,
you-
Yep.
Yeah,
It
they
is.
won't even let
They
that
may
happen
not. They
without
may
them
not even
saying,
let
"Hey,
that.
we need a cut," or they need to go through us
No
for such a
way.
large scale
Possibly,
company
yeah.
to come in.
there's,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Mm.
I know there
It's-
are
it's-
teams to the point where there are teams that are getting hired. A lot of these teams are sort of like on the in with Facebook, and so there's a lot of this kind of cycle. But I don't think that this. Look, I have
How's
to
the
say from the
conversation
other,
between you guys and like Meta in general? Because I feel like you guys have been in here for a while. Like, have you guys like and maybe not like them, but like moderators, I guess, or like is it an open connection?
if you're in here doing, I think, stuff of substance, then yeah, I think Meta has reached out to individuals. I think even in this room. But even the
It's-
conversation,
it's-
it's layers, man. It's layers upon layers upon layers. Like you might
Interesting.
get in here, but
Yeah.
there's still
Right.
500 layers up to the people that ultimately matter in this kind of
It's-
stuff. And
it's
so
kinda
yeah,
hit or miss.
sure.
Communication
yeah,
is
and
kinda
even
hit
you'll
or
ask
miss,
questions to
yeah.
these people, and they'll be like, "We can't. We don't even know."
Yeah.
But I think it's
So,
crazy how it's
I
like
mean,
you wouldn't just have the best
everybody's
builder
had
build the
to
best
sign
thing,
off.
you know?
Yeah, but that's so like who
crazy.
determines that in a way?
Who
No, like I'm saying,
determines who is
if
the best
like I'm
builder?
saying, if someone brings in a client and I think Flex is the right guy for that piece, if someone was to come in here and be like, "Hey, Flex isn't the guy, someone else is the builder," I think there's a situation. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Yeah.
I don't know, you know, because it's
Well,
I think it
agree.
totally depends
I
on the
agree
client that you bring in,
wholeheartedly.
right?
I
Like,
think
you
that there
should-
will be. Look, we're really early. It's really early. Like corporations
Yeah,
just started
sure,
coming.
for
Wendy's
sure.
Wendy's is one of the first corporate worlds I was in here, and that was built
Yeah.
what under 6 months ago, right?
Yeah,
And
Right.
Inspire
NBA
was one of the
before
first
Yeah.
formal teams in here, and to their credit, I mean, they did great, and
yeah.
they're doing amazing, and I'm really happy. Actually, by them doing what they did, just encourage a lot of us to say, let's start figuring out how to work together, so we can also start doing the same. That is how Primitive Shapes came together, right? And like some of these other
Yeah,
teams.
amazing.
So
Yeah.
awesome.
There's also
That's awesome. That's all
MasterCard.
great. Yeah, I think that's great, and I think that's gonna if anything, that's just giving, I think, creators in here the fuel that they need to say, okay, I'm going to continue building because I do want to get recognized. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
There is some bureaucracy behind that, which I think worries a lot of creators. I've had inside conversations with top creators in here, and we're like, ugh, like we don't know. Like if let's say I'm friends with Coda and Coda's on the outs, and now that affects me, like that's like You know what I mean? That starts, not to say Coda.
Mhm.
Coda's,
Yeah.
he's loved. We all
Right.
love Coda.
Yeah,
Coda's not the same.
Yes, love.
Anyway, yeah, everyone loves Coda. It's not a really good example.
it's all Coda, bro.
But what I'm getting at is that's the virtues
no.
of other, let's call decentralized metaverses, is that
sure.
that's not the way it works. It's like you can have an organization and you can work directly with the company, and as long as you own the land and they're paying
Yeah,
that crypto,
there
that
you
owns,
go,
you know,
yeah.
it's a clear exchange.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
There is a conglomerate or whatever, a DAO that owns everything, but that's owned by a decentralized network of people based on a decentralized coin, and it's all decentral. So like that's cool, and everyone argues like, well, Meta could just shut shit down, and I'm like, yeah, but a Decentraland could theoretically get unplugged as well. I think, I'm not really sure 100%. I guess all I'm saying is it's really early, and I don't think that these things are necessarily wrong. I think that over time we'll start to see so many more, hopefully, companies, small, different size companies, corporations, small, big, large, blah, blah, come in here wanting to create, and they will be approaching creators directly, individuals, hopefully directly, and I don't think Meta will necessarily need to get involved. That's my personal opinion.
But
So
I get what he
here's
says though.
Yeah.
Because
For sure. So
I
I
would
just wanna
like
say
to
one
go to
thing, right?
Sony and get Sony in here without Meta taking a cut
Exactly.
of me
Yeah,
getting Sony
for
in
sure.
here. You know?
100%.
And I think it's possible, but I think this exact topic is the reason that we all need to be like underdogs in some way, shape, or form. Because that's kind of what we are. Is like we have to, because of this, prove ourselves further. And kind of like do our own thing, so to speak. Excuse me. But like you as like an artist, like me as an artist in here, I can like if I were to just blow up, like get super famous, they don't get to get a cut of that if I don't want them to get a cut of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like I decide that if you guys are bringing smaller businesses in as primitive shapes, that's totally fine. Like Meta can't really get a cut of that. I mean, they're gonna try, but technically, if you have the right contracts, you can do that and get away with it. And it takes people like that to come in here and start fucking up the game, because that's like all of a sudden you're gonna have record labels coming in here and they're gonna have to go through Meta.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't
like
think
Interscope
I don't
wants
think
to come in here and find
Yeah,
artists.
I guess
they're gonna have to
when
go
I
through
made the
Meta.
jump over, I felt that it was going to be fairly collaborative, right? Like I really, you know, and I still do think it's going to be like, you know, I'm hopeful that it is collaborative, you know, like because I was in alt space for, you know, almost a year, right? And then completely moved over, you know, and now working really to shoot content in here. And for me, I think that like I'm hoping that it's a fairly collaborative effort, you know, like I would hope that like, hey, like, you know, we all like
who's
to-
collaborative, users or like
I mean,
Meta
obviously,
and
so
users and corporates?
I guess, you know, I've only been here for 2 weeks, but from what I've seen, you know, 2 weeks in, right? I feel like I came in off of like MetaConnect, right? Like I went to MetaConnect, right?
Right.
Saw all of the amazing stuff, saw the place that they built. I was like, holy crap, this is amazing. You know, really, really blown away by that like whole thing. You know, like I attended the thing, like I was like, yo, like they killed it, bro. Like I thought they killed
did
it.
an awesome job. They did an awesome job. Yeah.
It was beautiful.
But
Yeah.
what you're talking about is whether users are collaborating with each other.
I mean, I've seen users are collaborative, right, bro? I mean,
Absolutely.
from
Oh,
what,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
online, I guess
There's a
on
lot of
Instagram and stuff.
collaborations, man.
100%.
There are a
time,
lot
big
of
time.
collaborations.
Seems, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah,
a lot.
there's collaborative efforts on the user level, but if terms of collaboration
I've
between
collaborated with
user
like almost
platform,
everybody at this table.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You know? Yeah.
I mean,
But,
that's
like, you
amazing.
just-
That's great to hear, you know?
But on
Yeah.
the
the
higher
best part.
level, the collaborative between users, let's call the relation between user, teams, us, corporations, and Meta. That's a really important triangle to discuss, right? And I think to your point, you said you should be able to get Sony in here and work with them directly. Sony being one of the largest companies in the world, would never be able to sign a contract with you because the clause in the contract would say if another third party owns the platform in which I'm doing this project on, controls the keys to the land, to the kingdom, so to speak, then I have to sign a contract with them because they are the owner.
for sure.
You're just a contractor. And so Sony will now say, forget Neo, I'm going to them.
Leasing.
And they're gonna go, they're gonna go, Meta, who do you recommend? Because we don't want to send a guy in here and have to explore for 6 months to see if Flex is the best guy in here or not. So Meta's gonna go, go to Primitive. You know, they've got an all-star team. Go to Inspire. They've got an all-star team. Go to XYZ. most likely they're not going to be coming to individuals. Although I've learned that that's not the case. You look on the MasterCard and the credit card world, these things,
Yeah, MasterCard.
they went to individual artists,
Mini Cooper,
that were community leaders. So I think
Universal.
I think Meta's doing their best job to deal with all these things. But I think to say like we should want them not to have to get into that process. At the end of the day, they invested a lot of fucking money.
I mean, I think you want them to be involved, right, on their own platform. Like,
yeah,
I think
like
it's a
they
great
need to
idea.
justify. They
I don't
need
think
to
it's a bad
justify
idea
their
for them to be
investment.
involved.
Right.
But how's the? I guess my question's a little bit more on terms of like the world building side. Like, do they help you guys out in terms of your world building? Like, is it usually like
You
any
get
issues
access
that you
to
guys
certain
have?
tools that you
No.
don't get on the
No.
regular build.
No.
Okay.
You're
But
not
you
like
do get
like-
access.
D, if you guys know D, she brought up a very
Yeah.
important point to me the other day. She was saying that if you read the fine print of like Horizon Worlds, it's actually stating essentially that you do not own anything that you create in here. You don't own your avatar. You don't
That's
own
not
the
even
worlds
fine
that you
print.
create. I mean, it's
That's
not even
pretty
fine
bold.
print. It's
No.
like
It's
stated.
like
I mean,
bold. It's right before you publish.
Right.
Very
It's
clear,
fine print
yeah.
for a lot of people, Leo.
Yeah. It's like
You
right
know,
in your
but,
face,
like,
like you don't own anything.
We don't own anything. So like if we're getting
sure, for
money
sure.
from it and Meta decides to say, hey, we don't like that. Like I run a business, Codorarium, out of here, and it's not like, I mean, it could be LLC'd, whether it's LLC'd or not. It's like they could still let me know, hey, we don't like that you're doing this, shut it down. And they can.
Sure.
And I
Yeah.
have to do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise they can
Technically, they
literally
can.
sue me.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
this
out.
whole
Like,
world.
Get out.
yeah,
They
Peace
can-
out.
they can
they
have
can
the
just
world.
get rid of my worlds. They can get rid of
Yep.
any trace of me.
I mean, but it's
anywhere.
no different. It's no different than Facebook shutting down a right-wing conspiracy theorist blog on
For sure.
their
Mm.
platform, right? And I
Yeah,
always make the
yeah.
argument. Some people are like, "Oh, fuck that!" Like they shouldn't own anything.
Well,
I'm like, that didn't stop people from doing Instagram accounts, right? Like there are people who have
Right.
hundreds of millions of followers on Instagram, and Instagram could shut them down in a heartbeat. We see it all the time.
Yeah,
They
it
don't
really
own. You
happens.
don't own anything. It's their platform. That's the genius of.
I think
Mark
censorship in
Zuckerberg.
general will
Is
be
he's a
really
platform.
interesting in here. You know, like I think
it will. It's a very
like you
interesting
know,
topic.
like it's a really, really, really vague area. You know that
Yeah,
hasn't
yeah.
been explored at all. It feels
Yeah.
like.
Well, and I think that's why people are scared of Meta and the involvement of the
Mhm.
metaverse, because the
It's interesting,
metaverse
yeah,
in and of
sure.
itself is based on an idea that's decentralized. It doesn't have censorship, right? Which is what we were talking about before, Twitter and Elon, all these kinds of things. And when you go down the aisle of like Cambridge Analytica and all these kinds of ways that like and censorship and blah blah blah, like it's a fine balance that Facebook has had to play throughout all this time, and so people I think are scared of that. But
A lot of
if
people
you're in
say
here to
it's
build great
creepy.
work,
Like,
yeah, if you're in here to do great work, you're in here to be an amazing artist. I don't think Facebook
Yeah.
will get in your way. I think they're going to
Yeah, no.
support you
I
because
think
you're
they
going to
would
help them. At
support
the end
you,
of the day,
man.
it's-
Yeah,
they
they're
should
gonna
support
support
you.
it, man.
They
Yeah,
should.
It's a
for
win-win either way
sure.
for them. And also, to
100%.
build on that is like, I was doing a ton of research the other day because there's one thing that I've always wanted since I got this headset, and it was to play Minecraft virtually, look around. I love that game. I just have always wanted to be in the virtual Minecraft environment. How cool would that be? You know?
that'd be cool.
And like
It
it
would
would
be
be so
cool.
sweet. I would do that all the time, get group games going and stuff. So anyways, I'm looking through and I'm like, why hasn't there been a Minecraft? They would sell way more headsets. That game would be so successful in here. So many people that love Minecraft would just, I mean, it has a huge fan base, you know? Why haven't they done it? And it was because Notch, the creator of Minecraft, literally said that he was approached by it and just said that it creeped him out. The headset creeped him out and Zuckerberg creeped him out. And he didn't want to do it. And that was it. That's the end of the story.
That's
There's nothing.
so
It doesn't go deeper than
crazy.
that. Public
That's it.
information.
Yeah.
It was just like
Creep
it creeps
me
me
out.
out.
Pretty
I'm
nuts,
out.
dude. Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Like
That's interesting.
That's how a lot of people feel,
Very
though.
interesting.
Honestly,
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
companies, a lot of people feel like that, though.
well, man,
freaking
like,
what
that's
Joe
what happens
Rogan
with the
said,
internet, bro.
it creeps me out.
Yeah, you're like, yo, this is weird, bro.
Yeah.
And then it, but then
Well,
it
some
kicks in,
people
and then
get sick,
like
too,
go play
you know?
poker. You know, go play poker for an hour. You'll forget that you're in a
Yeah.
headset. You know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
Exactly.
forget.
You will.
Yeah.
sure.
Well,
You
it's
do.
all normalized for
Absolutely.
all of us, so it's hard for us to even comprehend that somebody would think that it's creepy
Mhm.
or weird from the outside. But when I tell people out in the real world, like, oh yeah, no, you should come in the headset and meet my meta girlfriend in my friend group. They're like, what? You know, like, they're like, you fucking loser. I'm like, damn, you know,
Damn.
you
This is
know?
what I
I'm
told you
like,
my
yeah,
nephew said
I'm like,
about me.
You gotta come see it.
Really?
People come wild out.
Really?
I have a whole fan
They
base
thought
that
I'm a
come to my
loser, huh?
shows, go
Oh,
crazy.
damn.
Like,
Your nephew thought you
Yeah.
were a loser.
my nephews are like 17. He's like, he's known me being really. He's looked up to me his whole life. Now he's like, you're doing what? I'm like, yeah, this really young guy, he's doing a concert in my mansion tonight. You guys should really come by. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you have like virtual avatar friends. You've never met these people. I'm like, no, but he's super cool. He's super talented. They're like, but he doesn't have legs. I'm like, oh, okay.
He doesn't have legs.
Yeah, he don't have legs.
Where's his toes?
Therefore,
Where's his
he is
toes?
not valid
Where's the
anymore. He is no longer
So like, you do
valid.
realize he could be like a criminal. Like, he could be like someone of the opposite sex and like trying to like, play. And I'm like, okay. I get where you're going with this.
They just think
But let's just
that-
focus for a moment. There's a ton of creative. Like when you go in, you see the Kobe, right? Or you go and you see, you walk in one of Flex's like penthouses, and you're like, oh, your face like drools off.
You
as
walk
the
in that
detailing. It's
bathroom
incredible.
and you're just like,
Oh yeah, everything doesn't matter anymore. You're like, fuck this. This is incredible. Like I haven't seen work like this. And then when you watch, like the first time you do collaborate with a team, oh, these just went away. But yeah, the first time collaborating with people in here, it's like really interesting. If you can actually maintain friendships and like get through the ethics aspects of it, it's really, I mean, it's like incredible collaborative efforts in here and building. I've been in architecture space for 15-20 years, and we've never been able to collaborate on that level, like where I can hold a geometry, extrude it, and then someone else cousin does something, scripts in it, it's fucking animated all live in a 5-minute session. Like that's incredible.
it is, yeah.
It's
And that,
all they gotta
that,
do,
like Zuck needs to get a lot of credit for that. Like people need to be like, that's why I'm like, you can say whatever you want about the guy. I wasn't too enthused about the whole Facebook Cambridge Analytica moment. I was like, I was also a little weird about the whole thing. But then I'm like, I went in here and I started building and I started meeting people like he was talking about before, like 30, 40-year-olds that were like, oh, I always wanted to study architecture. And now they're in here every night creating like historic builds, like Technical. You guys know that guy, right? Like he's like DJ
British
in the UK, always really been interested in kind of architecture background, blah, blah, blah. Look at the guy now. He's killing. He's basically an architect.
Right.
And I'm like, bro, that's like Zuckerberg needs people to just for a moment just focus on that and go, dude, you did that. Like you did that. You deserve flowers for that.
Yep.
It's awesome. Like I know that there's a lot of intricacies with control and censorship and legs and no legs and eye tracking and no tracking and headsets. It's hard. His job is fucking hard. His job is really hard. But what
and he
they did
deserves
do,
props.
what they did do is
You're
incredible. I mean, look at
100%
us.
right.
We're sitting here having this conversation.
Yeah.
It's like pretty incredible.
We're a product of success right now. Here. Proof.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No,
It's
nobody
true.
in here can deny
100%.
that. Nobody can deny that at all. You know.
No, and, and being able to, the way that they've designed the interfaces to be able to build in here, I give them huge props for that. I think it's just glorious the way it, the way we're able to move and build, and the whole system is beautifully designed.
I know. I love the social aspect of this platform where you could just teleport to a whole different world, different experience with people and meet new people in that world as well. Like that is amazing to me. From being all corners of the United States or world once it opens up to everybody. I think that is amazing. It's amazing. Like right now, this room, right? People, we all live in a different state. We all have different backgrounds, different skills, different perspectives and things. Like just coming on this table seems like we're sitting across each other, but we're not. We're like sharing our stories or ideas, what we know, what we don't know, maybe some skill set, maybe helping each other out, teaching each other, whatever it may be. To me, that is what I love the metaverse in this space, and I'm grateful for Meta when it comes to this right here. This is what I love. You know,
And
you
it's
could
only
argue
gonna get better. It's only
It's
gonna get
true.
better. We're just gonna grow with it, you know. We're gonna be able to do a lot more. Like I was talking about last night with Flex. It's like the I'm so excited for concerts and the future of concerts when I'm able to throw my own shows and they look just way more realistic. Our headsets have way better graphics. You know, we got legs and everything. I'm really
Ready
excited
Player
for
One.
when we're able to do Ready Player One level concerts that we can run our own
Right.
events. I can, hit up, like I can have literally people come in and help me build the stage and do light shows and like get the whole set list ready, and I can plan a show all from my living room and do the show in my living room, like all in comfort and safe, and people can have like a night of literally their life, a night they will never forget, with a girlfriend or a best friend or a whole friend group. They can go to a concert and see an upcoming artist for the first time ever in the metaverse.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's like
I
I
have to
can't
say,
wait to be that person.
my first experience in here where I was like, I got a little emotional was during a concert. I don't
Oh,
remember who
wow.
it was. They were singing, and I just remember like I hadn't got, I was like, oh, it's cool, we're building, but that was nothing new for me. I was like, I'm building in 3-dimensional. Oh wow, it's virtual. That's really cool. Oh, social, like that's pretty cool. But when I saw someone sing, and I watched the girl next to me, and she was like almost like crying, and I was like, I felt something different. I was like, this is so interesting. So I think to what you're saying, man, like I'm so excited for artists, like musicians, like you, like especially you,
Yep.
bro, being like young, and you're out in like where are you again? Like Ohio or what
I'm in
state were you
Minnesota.
Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Minnesota. Like he's going to be able to get exposure. Like all you're gonna need is one insane agent to come in here, and you're gonna fly up overnight. And yeah, you're right. You will be the person being like, "Yo, I got bank. I'm calling Flex and Leo and some of these other people to just build endless amounts of music videos for me."
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And it's
Music
like, holy
videos.
moly, it's like super freaking cool. I think that
And
concept
because I'm one of the
really
only
interesting.
people on here doing this, I'm gonna be a pioneer of this. I already
Yeah.
am.
You
I
are
see
a
myself
pioneer
as
doing
that, and I
this.
take
Yeah,
I
for
take
sure.
mad pride in that. You know that I was one of the first artists in the metaverse,
Yeah,
and I have
yeah, for sure,
hundreds
man.
of people that can back me on that too.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, where it's just like
Sure.
you guys can sit here and say that you started the first podcast in the metaverse. You were some of the first builders and scripters in the metaverse. That's a huge, I mean, massive. You were a staple to history now. Like, people are gonna look back on this. You
You
are
remember that, Neo.
monument.
You remember that, guys.
Saying.
Yep.
It's amazing.
It's true. It's
time.
really.
It's like-
Thank you, bro. I need that. Sometimes when I'm building and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should be in here. That's pretty amazing.
It's so,
It's like my
so
nephews
large
call me
scale.
loser.
It's so
Fuck,
large
why
scale.
am I in here?
We feel like it's small scale, but guess what? So did I
Hey-
mean that's
hey,
exactly
Timothy.
how Zuck felt when he was first starting Facebook. It felt small scale when
Solo.
it wasn't blowing up and there wasn't
Welcome,
people
guys.
on
Welcome,
the
welcome.
platform doing that stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like
that's true.
of course if it's gonna feel small scale, but you gotta look at it as you are already on a large scale level doing big boy things.
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
Just from already
I
being in the
think-
place that you are, believing in it.
What I find exciting in here is you talk about like all the verticals that'll be able to happen because of the platform. So as an example, because of Horizon Worlds, there's an entire vertical for musicians. And what that means is all the musicians that are going to be able to do things like music videos and performances and concerts and all these things are going to happen. So that's just for musicians. Talk about like artists. I'm talking about artists that do like hand paintings, like we mentioned Golden before. But I know like Shazard, right? Other artists like Cam Bam, who's
Shazard's
done,
crazy,
like,
by the way. His art.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Cam, he's not in here right now, but he was in earlier. Like
Cam
he
Bam,
does,
yeah.
he does.
He's awesome.
Cam does
Cam's
like hand pottery and stuff. Like the guy's a freaking genius, right? And he does like so. Okay, so then like artists, like I'm super excited for artists in here because when I meet artists, I'm like, I'm a builder, I'm an architect. I will never be able to do what you do. Like I'm like, yes, you guys are incredible because they have something about perception and color and scale. I mean, it's just beautiful. It's true art, right? Then there's builders. And builders, the thing about that's really unique in this space is like almost like everyone could be a builder. So you have musicians doing building and so I think building ends up being kind of like one of the most commoditized skill sets in this space, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Everyone's a builder,
yeah.
so no one knows who's a good builder, no one knows who's not a good builder. It's a bit all over the fucking place. You have I hear people being charged like an insane amount of money for a builder that's really not that great, and I'm like, oh my god, like you should have just called me, bro. I could have brought
Yeah.
you some builders that are like top notch. You know what I mean? I know exactly who I would call, right?
With the
And so
introduction
that's
of
really,
the assets, it's really hard to tell now, like who's
it's
good,
super hard
who's
to tell.
not.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
difficult. And the thing that bothered me in the beginning, it used to bother me a little bit because I would come in here and I'd have people like Dunder, who's on the perimeters team. I remember we used to have this conversation where he'd be like, "Oh, I'm an architect." I was like, motherfucker, I went through school for like 10 years. Like, I put myself in debt. I have eaten shit as an architect. You are not a motherfucking architect. You're a graphic designer, bro. And he was like, well, fine, I guess I'm a digital architect. And I was like, oh, now I feel like an asshole. You know what I mean? And so But it took me a little bit to come over that and realize, you know what? No, that's not true. Everyone's a fucking architect in here, and that's what's so amazing about this space. I'm like, all right, cool. So I had to kind of get over that.
There's
for a little
somewhat
bit.
of an artist if you're in here. You're somewhat of some
exactly.
type of artist.
So
for sure,
that's the
Or
other side
creative.
of things where it's like you don't have to be a formal architect to do amazing architecture in here, like a Dunder or like these other great builders in here that are like they're doing amazing stuff. And so I'm excited for. Yeah, I'm excited when actual formal architects start coming in here. I tell people this all the time, like, just having been in architecture programs and seeing the talent that's out there. I'm like, when those guys start coming in this space, men and women and firms start bringing in their designers in here, something different's going to happen that is like none of us ever really anticipated. Same thing like when you bring a proper interior designer or when you bring in more artists like this guy Rex Rod. You guys know Rex, right? Like the house that he did. Like everyone's like, oh, people told me like, oh, he's an amazing architect. I'm like, dude, but you know what? He's not an architect. He's an artist. That's why his work is like, only an artist can do his work like that. It's incredible. Like architects can't do that. It's a certain level of detail. Or even Flex. I'm like, bro, I told him the other day, like, are you actually proper interior designer? He's like, no. Like what? I'm like, bro, can I hire? Like, I want to start an architecture firm, just hire you to like design my interiors. Like that's insane.
You are really good at the interiors.
How many people a day ask you that question? Are you an actual interior designer?
A lot. Golden Hands actually came into Tranquility House, and when he asked me if I was an interior designer, and I said no, and he said you're lying. Like he said, he said I was lying multiple times throughout that night because we went to many of my bills, and he's like, "No, you're lying. You can continue saying that you're not, but you're lying." And I'm like,
I don't know. I mean, not to
only
take away from
continue to
Flex,
say-
that speaks to the virtue of this
You
of the
aren't
platform.
what you
It's incredible.
are.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You may say that you're not technically trained that way, but your eye says that you are. Because you understand,
or in your past life, you were,
understand
dude.
style,
right? Yeah,
Yes.
It's truly a gift.
Composition, you know, and
It's
those
true.
are the elements that make up an artist, you know. And an artist is just we're all artists to a point, you know, like you said, Leah, you know.
Yeah, we're an artist,
You
our
can
creatives.
you can go to school for it, and that does make you an interior designer or an architect, but like people have the natural eye for it as well.
Absolutely. I think the thing that school really ultimately in the end, what I realize what school does is it gives you an opportunity to learn certain technical skills, which I think is really important, but also you're going to have an insane reference point in your brain. So today, like when I see clients come to the table, I'm like, why is it important to bring an actual formal architect to a project? I'm like, architects are going to be able to understand like layout of space, scale, proportion. We're going to understand the programming, but we also have, most architects have literally like tens of thousands of references of other architectural buildings and aesthetics in their brain, and they can just take those very quickly and merge them. So they're not just going to Pinterest and like getting fucking inspired by Pinterest and copying. They're literally creating from thin air by like their internal brain Pinterest, right? And so that's when it gets really interesting. Artists are the same way. Artists do the same thing. Like watching artists create art in here, like they're bringing out some of their old technical skills, but they're bringing some of those references with the new medium. And so I do think there's value in having those people. Is it 100% necessary to have those people? No, clearly it's not necessary. And it really will depend on what the space dictates. So like Decentraland, for instance, when you own a plot of land, if you have to pay $100,000 to own that plot of land, and you're like a corporation and you want to like make a cool building, you're probably going to go find an architect, right? And you're going to go find a proper interior designer, and you're going to find a proper graphic designer to communicate the information. And they're going to be different disciplines that all come together, just like a normal project would normally happen. Here, I think what's really different is because land is free and it's so easy to build, and you have people that don't have necessarily like certain skills, like actual formal backgrounds building those things, it's a bit of like who's spending the most time in here and who has natural gift or talent, which is what you brought up before. And these are the people that I think are starting to stand out in here now, where I'm like, I'm just really excited watching it. I'm like, dude, this is so fucking cool. So interesting. It's like almost like a whole new school is being formed in here.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
It's an old, what is an ultra university pretty much, because the information that you get from people, it's insane. Like you
It's
learn
insane.
so much information in such
Mhm.
little time, because you get people with so many different professions that you're just learning in like
Yeah.
light speed, better than a university pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like
I mean, you don't have
ultra
you don't have a
university.
broadcasting background, do you? Like media?
No, I don't. I'm actually an industrial designer. That's what I went to school for.
And look, and you like running a
And
podcast.
I-
Like if you keep consistent with this and you keep finding amazing people to come bring and have conversations, stuff like this, like you're eventually gonna be
Yeah.
doing what most people who have broadcast degrees can't do.
Yeah, that's the thing
That's
though.
really
So
incredible, man.
it is. It's pretty cool, isn't it? It is cool.
It is really cool.
It
It's
is.
very
It's
interesting.
really cool.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I
But the
like
cool
whether
thing
that's
is-
a good thing or a bad thing or not. I just think all it means is that it's new and it's exciting, and so that's
Right,
where you
right,
say
right.
like get in early and be around, start understanding who's in here, who's doing what, and go from there.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's
I'm
right.
glad. I'm glad I'm here with no legs. I stand here proudly.
Legless and proud.
I float here proudly.
Float here proudly.
Yeah.
That's funny as
I really
hell.
do. It's a matter of faith, yo. It's a matter of having faith in the platform and belief in yourself, belief in your peers, in your collaborations and your builds, and the things
Yeah.
that you do. Me personally, I'm just taking stuff and running with it. Because if you go based off of feel, which I do everything off of, that's how I make great music. That's how I make great builds, is purely just going off of feel. And if it feels right in your heart and you feel that those heartstrings being pulled, you're doing something right. And that's how you know you're going down the right road. No matter how long it takes, it's worth it, and it's going to be worth it as long as you keep having faith and you keep focusing on that end vision. That's really what it boils down to. And the people that don't have that faith and the people that lose faith and drop out early are going to wish they didn't, because boy, we are just getting started and it's going to be crazy.
I have to say I struggle with that from time to time. So like I'm with you, and some days I have more faith than other days. Other days I'm like, I could have put like the amount of hours that I've spent in here. If I would have spent that building out one or two more e-commerce shops, my family would have been good for the next couple of years with that. I know, because I've run e-commerce shops and I understand how fruitful those can be.
And regret
So
is the enemy of success.
Yeah,
as well,
yeah. So I decided
you know?
what I decided to say is like,
So just
it's
keep pushing forward,
Yeah,
Like-
I'm not. What I'm doing is
Yeah.
say, how do I do both? That's all I'm
yeah,
doing. Is like
no,
I'm not going
I
to do
hear
one
you
or the other.
100%, yeah.
I'm not going to leave. But I do often speak to creators in here, and I'm like, how do you justify your time in here? Especially those
Yeah.
creators that are spending like mega hours in here. I'm like, damn, bro, like you're like going all in, and that's cool. I respect it.
It
I'm
makes
like,
you feel
I'm-
bad
I'm-
almost sometimes. You're like,
No, it makes me
damn.
feel like.
But
It makes me feel like maybe I'm a little bit of a coward in that sense, because I'm like, man, I'm not willing to fully invest myself. But at the same time, like, you know what? I have to trust my gut instincts as a business person. I understand
Yeah.
you never put, I personally have learned, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Like I'm learning.
Absolutely.
I'm just enough in to understand that I can be at the 1Verse, and I understand who you guys are, and you guys understand maybe who I am, and like that's all good and gravy. As more clients or whatever ends up happening here, if I start to see more actual financial success from that, that's fine. But I always have to be very clear as a business person. This is something that I've learned going from consultancy, like building consulting as an architect, to becoming a business owner, was that I'm not interested in trading time for money. Right. And so if my goal is ultimately in the end to have flexibility to be able to be with my family, and again, like my kind of core values, like I want to be with my family, I want to be able to help my family, I want to be able to help those in need, my friends, things like that, the community around me. Ultimately, in the end, what I want more than anything is time. So if I find myself in here working my tail off 80 hours a week, but I'm making the money, then okay, I have the money, but I don't have the time. So that goes against my values. And so I have to really constantly remind myself, like, all right, is there a way of being effective and say focusing on the 20% of focusing on the 20% that actually yields 80% of the results. You know what I mean by that? And so it's hard to do that. And I think you have to go through the ringer a few times to have to kind of really understand like that mindset. And most people don't. They tell me, they're like, yeah, nah, you're fucked. You don't spend enough time in here. I'm like, okay, I guess. Like, yeah,
Bro,
like,
you're
you know
fucked.
what,
You
you're
don't spend
right.
enough time in here, man.
Yeah, I'm like, I think I wasted a ton of money in architecture school. I should have just fucking come into this space and like that's it. You know, but whatever,
sure it
it's cool. I
helps.
think that again, it's a little bit of both sides. You have to understand kind of those kinds of things. But I always do tell people, and for everyone here, is like ask yourself why you're in here. What is your ultimate goal? If your ultimate goal is that time with your family and health and blah blah blah, just be conscious of those things, you know, because I do
Right.
think that there's like Pied Piperism in here. You know what I mean by that? There will be people who are going to be like, yo, this is the future. This is it. We got to spend all our time here. Go, 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 go. And it's like, whoa, chill out, killer. Like, relax. This is going to take time, right? You're going to have to be your Mr. Beast posting one video a week for 2-3 years. So don't be
Yes.
expecting more than 60 views and get all pissed if you don't get there. Take your time. It's going to take time. Just focus in on providing great value to your listeners and to your, you know, to your whatever, your audience and all that kind of stuff. And we'll eventually get there. I mean, hopefully you will skyrocket overnight. But we just know
Hey,
historically
That'd
that's
be
like,
amazing because I have been creating content for a very long time.
yeah. How long
And
have you guys been
enjoy
doing
this
this?
time while you have it too. You know,
Yeah.
Well, this is about to be a year actually.
about to be a year. Word.
Wow.
It's about to be a year. But like meaning
Yeah, so you-
content creation, like I was doing like filming and content creation before the whole podcast metaverse.
Okay.
And I've been like going ham out there in the real world creating content while going in here and taking advantage of this and creating the content. So it's been a while. I've been going ham for a while.
Good.
But
man. Keep going.
a year in here for sure.
And don't get discouraged by maybe lack of views because it's like something's going to happen where I think today a lot of people in the real world think this is a little ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
people don't
so,
get
but
it.
there's a point where all technology that we were talking about it before, right? Technology is like there's that tipping point where suddenly everyone's like, oh man, I want an avatar. And before you know it, everyone's going to want to be on the fucking podcast.
Right.
I hope. And I think it will happen. I think most technology does happen that way. It's just a matter of like, pace yourself. Don't burn out. You know, because burnout is very real. Pace yourself. Have great vision. Be enthusiastic. Be careful who you're working with. Understand your values. All that kind of stuff.
Keep moving.
And all those things will come to fruition.
And
You
it's
stand like right here, please?
um,
All right, there's
it's
fine.
like a
Oh, that's good.
it's like a city, you know.
Just
or
to
like
let you
a
guys know,
small
it is
town,
live
I'll
stream,
say
by
it.
the way. Just
Yeah,
a heads
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Sweet.
being
It's
live
like
streamed.
okay, picture like a small town,
Twitter
right?
and
Like,
YouTube.
it just opens up like somebody, you know, wants to just like start like a small town. Picture that it's like the metaverse. That's what it is, really. Small town, couple hundred people, whatever. And it's just people that believe in this town, you know, people that believe in this little town. And so you see stores starting to open up. You know, you got this new store, Primitive Shapes, and then just down the road here, you know, you have the whole Vanguard establishment going, and then over here, you know, you have your, you know, Codorarium store, and over here you have the 1Verse podcast building, and you know, buildings start popping up, people that believed in this, and people aren't going to like start flooding the street until it's Times Square, you know, and then all of a sudden there's like everybody's just coming in, and then everybody's gonna want, because people like to support what's popping, you know, like people like to
Absolutely.
support what's already like
Once it's
like
popping.
gears turning, because there's people that are
Yeah,
visionaries
once it's popping,
and there's
yeah.
people that are consumers, and
Right.
consumers like to go where all, I mean, people are sheep. It's sad
Yeah.
to say, but that's the world we live in, is people are sheep. If somebody's like listening, if people are listening to Lil Baby, there's millions of people listening to Lil Baby. People are gonna listen to Lil Baby. Guilty as charged. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if I had you know, that's how Travis Scott blew up, is that they actually
Really?
simulated him blowing up. They bought him fake streams until he started actually blowing up,
Fucking
because
crazy.
people support what's already going crazy.
Yeah,
You know, and that's
how
the
it
stuff
works.
that they don't tell you, but it's sad. It's
Hype
sad
follows
that
hype,
that's
right?
the way it is, but it is
Yeah.
that way.
Absolutely.
And so once we start getting like the amazing builds, the amazing builders and stuff going, like getting those numbers, because a lot of what's getting the big numbers right now is really simple stuff: games, party worlds, clubs, stuff like that. Stuff that didn't really take as much effort, you know.
Right,
But once
right.
like that stuff starts getting recognized, like the really impressive stuff, like even when Golden Hand's worlds start doing even more numbers, because honestly, Golden Hand is slept on. I'll say that. Like the really good builders slept on. Flex slept on.
Yes.
Slept on. Leo slept.
Wait, this is the wrong world. This is not it. Oh shit. Yo.
Jesus, you scared the shit
Oh,
out
my
of
bad.
me.
How you doing,
Oh
D?
my. This one? Okay. Hey, love.
How you doing, D?
Good.
Yeah, we're actually
Well, I
live
was
streaming. Come in.
Oh, are you? Oh, yeah. I was seeing that Flex and stuff was in here, so I was just seeing what was going on.
Yeah, they're in here.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah. They've been here. We've been in here since like 8 p.m.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just we're
Who-
live streaming
who are
on
you-
Twitter and YouTube. Wait,
Who
what
are
the
you
fuck?
interviewing? Oh, nobody's here.
Wait a second. What the hell just happened?
What happened?
What the hell? Did it get kicked?
I see him. I see them in here.
That's weird.
Let me see where you're at.
What the hell?
It says Flex Tie is nearby. Schlick, Flex Tie, and you.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. It doesn't show that for me. Here, let me. Here, join. Wait, I can't even get in there. What the hell?
Is it full? Shouldn't be. Is it full?
It shouldn't be. It looks like the live is still going.
That's crazy. Let me see if I can join off of Flex. It won't let me join him. Oh, there's
Really?
Flex.
Wait, what happened?
What happened?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. What happened?
I went to join. I went to go with you, and then went into a with Neo.
That's so weird. I actually like clicked to join the world,
wait,
but it took me here.
Did everyone despawn?
Is that what happened? Because I'm looking at the live stream and it's still going. Yeah, it says 8 out of 10. What the hell? Let's try that out. What the fuck?
Came from?
Look,
Where
and
we
we
just
came
came
back
from.
to the same portal.
What the hell?
I have no idea. Look,
Oh shit! Is this the same one again?
it's the same one. Look,
Same
What
one.
the
It's the
fuck?
same one.
who's all in that world, Neo?
God damn!
Who's all
Let me
in the
see.
world, Neo?
Leo, Coda, Solo, Joseph, Trixie, Brooke, and then that's it. And then it says flex. You're in a coin. It looks like you're in a coin.
He's right here.
I know. Do you see it on the live stream? You see it?
Let's see.
I'm not
Let me
watching the
see
live stream.
something.
I'm not even watching
That's-
the live stream. Yeah. Where did she?
Yeah, what the hell did she do? What the hell? She
Where'd
jump
she
off the
go?
world? Man, what the hell happened?
Man, kicked out of your own podcast.
Literally, bro. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? That's the
I
shit I'm
am the
talking
same
about.
thing. Look,
She's
I
back.
went in and it's the same thing.
Let's try it again. Is it?
Yeah, I went into that. It's the same thing.
No, different instance.
No, same
It's
thing.
different or the same?
It's the same.
Well, it's the same, but it's the.
What the fuck?
That's crazy.
Still the same one.
Oh my god.
That's so weird.
What the hell is going on?
That is so weird.
That is very weird. And this shit is fucking. What the hell?
Where's Flexi?
I don't know. I think he just took off.
Yeah. Oh, shows him offline. That is crazy.
Again.
And I'm back.
Hey, Sade, they're in another instance. I was about to leave, love.
Oh,
Yeah.
how did I get in here?
Huh?
Oh, because I joined on you.
Yeah.
I said, oh, because I joined on you. I'm gonna get off soon anyway, but
Have a good night,
just
love.
bye.
Yo, what's up, bro? Yeah, I don't know if you're still live streaming, but we're already done.
No, I know.
Are you live streaming still?
Let's check.
Because I see your avatar right here.
Yup, still live streaming.
Dude, you literally went to the wrong world. It was live streaming nothing.
No, I couldn't. It kicked me out. It kicked me out, and it was too full. I couldn't go in.
Damn. Yeah, a lot more people did show up, bro. Trixie, D.
I was trying to go on my actual avatar and rejoin, and then it was fucking full, and I was like, fuck it. And then my avatar got kicked out for some reason. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, man.